How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, welcomes. I'm just getting some coffee on the go. We'll be live in a couple of minutes. I threw this emote search minigame up. Let me know if it's any good. I guess we'll play it in a minute. Give me 2 minutes. Alrighty, boys and girls, alrighty. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to do all of this, shall we? Hey, you guys are banging through the emotes. Hang on. That button right there. We're alive, just. Mostly. How are you all doing? Nice step from WoW to something. Hey, we're branching out. This was suggested to me a few days ago, as something that could be, a little bit more interactive for the starting soon screens, the AFK screens, that sorts of things. And it seems to work. It does its thing, right? It does its thing, which is nice. Have you just completed level 1? Ah,
Let's
geniuses.
make sweet profit together.
Oh, Kahani, my man, welcome in. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for the tier 1. A second Twitch, baby. I don't know why the TTS didn't work there. Of course there's going to be technical issues this morning. Of course there'll be technical issues. Can you guys get all 12 of these? Absolute geniuses. Absolute pros. Whilst you guys finish off this little emote search, you're probably not going to listen to me because you're deep in concentration. I want to play a little bit of the PTR today. 1017 is right round the corner, it feels, or it's close to round the corner at least. It's not this reset, it's the next reset. So we've got about 10 days between now and, well, it's not even 10 days, is it? We got some time now, about a week between now and 1017 launching. And I thought it's about time to at least pay attention to what the hell's going on. So we're going to do that a little bit today. I also need to have a little bit of a look at some of these new upcoming games that are turning up. Starfield being the one that everybody keeps telling me to look at, and I haven't looked at it yet, and so we need to do that. Where's me? Oh, time's running out. Oh, can anybody find the last one? Oh, GG Bear. You skipped 3 levels. Up next, level 4. Well, considering you guys have done so well, it would be rude to not try level 4, wouldn't it? It'd be rude not to. Nobby smashing it with 6 points. Bear with 2. Kahani's in there. Stroh's in there as well, just outside the medals position. I don't know why it doesn't share your bronze medal. That seems a bit gross, doesn't it? That doesn't seem fair at all. Finally bought Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday. You know what? I need to buy that game too. There's that. Baldur's Gate 3, I really should play that. Starfield comes out Thursday, early access, I think. I'm not usually a big Bethesda fan, but I'm very tempted. This game sucks on iPhone SE. Does it? You just bang in the quarter. Oh, it's very small, I imagine. I imagine that's the problem, right? It's very small. Very small. Oh, I really need coffee in me this morning. You guys are playing this. I can quickly get some stuff sorted in the background. I'm updating some add-ons before we log on to the PTR. Okay, addressing the elephant in the room. Where the hell was I for a random week, unannounced? The reality is life caught up with me a touch last week. Life caught up with me a touch. I had a busy start to the week. Both Monday, not so much Tuesday, but Monday and Wednesday, I had IRL things that were going to keep me out of action completely anyway. And then Thursday, I got ill. And I was like, for fuck's sake. It all went horribly wrong. So you might have noticed in the couple of videos I put out on YouTube last week that my voice was a bit croaky. And it still is. And that's because, good old IRL. I left the house. It's simple, right? You leave the house, you get ill. And that seems to be the way that it is nowadays. Apparently I have a 100% gamer immune system. I should stay indoors and not leave. So we'll see how it goes this week. Sure. Feeling better now? Ish. Mostly. Coffee fixes things. Lemsips fix things. Couple of paracetamol. Job done. Power through. I can sleep on the sofa later. It's all good. Assumed you went away for holidays? No. My wife is back at work, so actually normality is kicking in. This is why the beginning of my week last week was a bit busier, because the wife was back at work and she was busy. Oh, not long left. What have we got to find? Let's see if we can find something. Let's see if we can be smart. That's rarely a situation that speaks to me, but... now, you see, if these were words or numbers, I'd probably... My brain hurts. Yeah, this is hurting my brain just thinking about it. I am not good at games like this. More so than anything else, I'm not good when I'm put under pressure. Which I think is more of the issue. Oh, go on, Nobby. Well done. Well done. Oh, so close. Reached level 4. Good effort, though, boys and girls. Well done. Good effort indeed. Good effort. Let's take a little look at the leaderboard. Round rankings. Nobby got 3 points. Stro with 2. Overall, Nobby top of the tree with 9 points. Stro coming in second place, and Bear takes the bronze medal. Congratulations, boys and girls. Well done. Should we switch it over to a little bit more normality briefly? Oh, that's not normality at all, is it? There we go. That's better. Why is my camel panned out so far? Whoa, where is he now? I don't know. You can tell by the colour of my skin, I am clearly not 100%. But it's fine. Without spoiling too much, I'd say I'm rather disappointed in Baldur's Gate 3. It's pretty linear. There are only 2.5 endings. The game does a great job in Act 1. It's really good. But then every illusion of choice disappears in Act 2 and 3. It's just a disaster. Baldur's Gate 3 is a fine game overall. I do not regret buying it. But honestly, there are much better games out there. I've heard some people say similar things. Oh, hang on. What's going on in the background? I've heard similar things, right? I've heard... okay, so the one person I paid attention to with Baldur's Gate 3 was Co-Carnage. Some of you may watch him on Twitch. He did a little update video on Baldur's Gate 3, and he said pretty much the same thing, that there's no denying that the game is actually unfinished, that if it had another couple of months of polish, it'd probably be much better. The Act 1 is just a masterpiece. Act 1 is a masterpiece. Act 2, it starts to, the cracks start to appear. And then Act 3 for Baldur's Gate 3 is just a bit weird, because you end up coming across characters that you killed off earlier in the game, and, the synergy isn't quite there. He said it was a bit yucky towards the end of the game. And actually, if you are willing to hang fire a little bit and let them get a couple of patches in and fix a few of these kind of weird anomalies, that it'll end up being like an incredible game. Or just take it slowly, because it's easily a couple of 100 hours of play. So Bad putting in the speech there. One thing we probably should do this morning, before we get too deep into anything, is I want to have a quick look at the Wowhead report. I always forget about this on a Monday, and I don't know why, because I shouldn't do. But I wanted to have a little bit of a look at this today. Addressing whether I'm playing hardcore or not. I thought about it. I thought about playing... How many of you guys out there are playing hardcore right now? I'm sure a few of you are. I did consider playing hardcore, I'm not going to lie. I considered it, but then at the same time I realised, well, hang on, it's just playing Classic again. It's literally just playing Classic again with... yeah, I thought about playing it, but I don't think I will. To be honest. We'll see how Classic Hardcore plays out. It's big hype season right now on it, predominantly for the fact that, this is trying to be the thing, right? people were trying to get world first level 60 and were pumping and were pushing, and that's all good and well. But I think this is kind of, this is a flash in the pan situation, right? I think the hardcore classic servers are going to be, I think if they end up still having some life to them in 2 months' time or so, that's actually when I think the game will be then at its best. Because you will have people that are taking it slowly, and you will get those leveling guilds that will actually form and will stick around, and it might actually generate a little bit more of a community feel in the game. But then again, I look at that from the perspective of that's great, but it's still a 20-year-old game. It's like, I don't know if I want to. Lost my weekend to Captain of Industry. I've seen somebody play that. Who was I watching play that? Probably Nilhouse, I guess. I saw that appear. I presume it was probably a sponsored stream or a sponsored review or something, as there didn't seem to be too much content on it kicking about. But apparently it's not bad. It's not a terrible game. Didn't play hardcore, but heard a friend complain about dying at level 12 to 13 a few times. Yeah, classic is a little bit unforgiving in that nature anyway, because the way that it was originally designed was never with hardcore in mind. You were kind of, interestingly, one of the things that set World of Warcraft apart from other games in its genre way back in the day was that it didn't penalize you for dying. That was the point. It didn't penalize you aggressively for dying. All it did was cause you a couple of minutes of inconvenience having to get back to your corpse before you respawn and go and do it again. Now, way back in the day, people kind of considered that, that was soft, that was snowflakey in comparison to other games at the time. But actually, it meant that they were able to make the game more likely to kill you, if that makes sense. And so the whole hardcore classic is a bit of an oxymoron in the first place. But obviously the popularity of it with that little add-on that popped up not so long ago clearly meant that this was going to be Blizzard's next way to sell you classic this year. We've had classic, we've had Season of Mastery classic, we've now had hardcore classic. Is this going to turn into Skyrim or GTA 5? Are they going to sell it to us every year? Or try and get us back playing it again every year with a new twist? We'll see. But congratulations this is clearly a mage, right? Has to be a mage. Gnome mage using a frost AoE build. Well, there's a surprise. Okay. But anyway, what I really wanted to look at is getting the Brutasaur. Samadan's little report, Samadan's little overview that he puts together for us most weeks. Let me just get a few things fixed on this screen so I can actually see what's going on. There we go. Right. So, getting a let's give you guys a link, I suppose. Let's be a normal human being and give you guys a link. Getting the Brutasaur from the Black Market Auction House. It is back, by the way. This might be the first time that some people have stumbled across this, but the Brutasaur is back. I have notifications for when the Brutasaur is seen on the Black Market Auction House. And nearly every single day there's an email in my inbox from TSM telling me that it's popped up on another black market auction house. So it's clearly definitely back in the rotation of mounts like it probably should have been. There was clearly a bug with it for a long time that took a long time to be fixed, but it is back. Meaning if you have a spare 10 million gold lying around and a character that can camp the black market auction house and be ready to snipe it once the black market auction house resets, then you got your chances. I'm very tempted to send a couple of gold caps to a couple of different realms just to chance it, Because I'd kill the meme if I got it. So I don't know if I should or not, but I guess every meme has to come to its close at some point. This week we celebrate the return of the Brutasaur and what kind of gold-making mentality is required to make the gold caps that is needed to grab it when it does appear in the black market auction house. We also take a deep look at the programming behind TSM and some scientific experiments on profitability within jewel crafting. Oh, I wonder who that could be. This is put together by Samadan each week, and we thank him greatly for it. And we hope that he makes a return to streaming at some point, maybe. I think the weird thing is I'm not even sure how much Samadan plays the game anymore. I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but even when he does play the game, I think he's actually more playing Classic nowadays than he is playing Retail again, because the old school way of goal making still works in Classic. Retail is a different beast. 5-year mission accomplished, the Brutasaur. Long-time Reddit contributor and gold maker, You Ain't My Real Dad, has been one of the lucky few to snag a Brutasaur since it started reappearing. After failing to get it in BFA, mission was finally accomplished. Had some regrets about not being able to manage it in BFA, so came back to Dragonflight intent on getting it. Cut it pretty close, but the Bruto started dropping again a month ago. Made my first 9 million in May. Dragonflight crafting is pretty busted in a good way for goal making. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that this guy plays on the NA. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he plays on the NA, and this is predominantly because I have actually read this bit. I read it when it was originally posted on Reddit, but it feels very much like the way that he was making gold just doesn't function the same way in EU. EU and I don't think there has ever been a bigger disparity between NA gold making and EU gold making as there is now. It's really quite crazy to see. Hang on, can I stop stream stickers from running his mouth? Can we tell him to go away? I think I tried to tell him to go away last stream and he didn't. Hang on, I'm getting distracted by squirrels, aren't I? Clearly. Was he doing crafting orders? I would actually assume that he isn't doing crafting orders. And the reason being is because, well, I don't think so. Let's take a little bit of a look at this and then we can try and draw some conclusions to exactly what was going on. So, using the Undermine Exchange, no surprise, and WoW Pet Guides, this dude's clearly into pets in some way, shape or form. Not saying that these add-ons will make you just gold, they're just things that they spent their most time using. Lessons learned. This is always an interesting bit, right? Lessons learned. Long-term plans. Start now, not later. The underlying rule here, more than anything else, is if you don't get going, you'll never get anywhere. Goal making is more so now about building up infrastructure, building up, leveling characters, getting their professions in order, getting things in place, building that little nest egg of items and gold, and you've got to start somewhere. It's like the age-old rule, right? How does an ant eat an elephant? Well, one bite at a time, and that's kind of the theory, right? If you don't get going, you'll never get anywhere. You can procrastinate a lot in this game and in life in general. So we'll see. How is it that people are making gold at the moment anyway? Haven't really touched the game in about 6 months. In predominantly sweaty ways. The alt army is kind of pretty dominant right now. People making an army of alchemists, crafting up transmutes for maybe 10,000 gold per character per week profit. Now, obviously, you multiply that out by however many level 70 alchemists you can get your hands on, and you can do all right. Crafting in general is super duper mega risky business. That's old news. Well, this is the thing, right? It's every day that goes past, it is more and more dead. In the basis of by the time 10.2 turns up, it's GG, well played. We'll be moving on to something completely different, but Alternatively, if you have lots of alts and you also have lots of alts spread around different accounts, running Naxxramas on multiple characters in a multi-box-esque style, picking up Scourge Stones and gambling your way to success, trying to get the tier 3 base items is what they call lamented Crusader items. Is another viable method, but once again, it requires you to have a monstrous amount of characters. The low-hanging fruit of goal making basically doesn't exist at the moment, which is really sad. Really sad. Patience is another lesson that was learned. Just because it doesn't work the first time doesn't mean that it doesn't work. This is more to do with the fact that if you try and do something on a Thursday afternoon, it might not work. But then on a reset afternoon or a reset evening, you might print gold with it. Alchemy is, not the Dracothis transmute side of alchemy, but the regular like potion crafting side of alchemy. This is a real good piece of advice that, it's more about when to sell your stuff. You sell when there's a big demand for it and there's a shortage of it. And in that case, you can usually do something with it for sure. Pets, an easy source of gold that lots of people have. I mean, I can tell you from experience that pets is a bigger investment than it is a way to make gold. Pets are a really good way if you already have a shitload of gold that you can buy a bunch and you can spread them out and you can sell them for twice as much in other places. But that is also a scenario where you will only theoretically start making gold when you stop buying pets and stop expanding, which you ultimately would never really do. This is more of just an investment so that eventually you have 50 million gold in pets spread across 50 different realms, and you do nothing but relist them, and any sales you make, you just live off the profits from selling pets. But this dude seemed to be quite big on pets, so I'm wondering if there's some other aspect of it that we don't see. Transmog, not as complicated as people think for the most basic stuff. Multiple characters, more characters equals more chances at gold. This is like what we were saying, the old army is pretty strong right now. All professions, instead of trying to pick and choose the best one, just pick all of them. Well, that's great if you've got multiple characters and you also want to spend 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of effort on them. But yes, this does ultimately mean that when something works well, you can take advantage of it quickly. And when something dies off, it wasn't your only way to make gold. So there's diversification is kind of handy, I guess. Multiple accounts. Every big-time Goblin seems to have multiple accounts. I understand why now. Efficiency. And more importantly than efficiency, it genuinely actually allows you to still go out and play the game if you want. You tend to find that a lot of goal-making activities will lock your character to doing something very repetitive or very restrictive for a large amount of time. Whether that's standing crafting 10,000 potions or whether that's standing shouting in trade chat for crafting orders. There's often times where your character is going to just be standing there with a ticker, every 1.5 seconds making something. If you have a second account, you can actually be on that second account going out, enjoying and playing the game whilst it's, making potions AFK in the background. Multiple accounts is very beneficial. Even as simple as having one auction house account, one that just sits at the auction house. And, if the main account needs some materials to craft something, the alt account buys them and mails them straight over, and it's quick and easy that way, for sure. Gambles probably have to take educated ones to start making a decent amount of gold. I wonder what this is referring to. Never ever there's yeah, if you're gambling, it usually means you're doing it in an uneducated way. This is why smart gamblers play blackjack. because you can game blackjack with a bit of knowledge, and hence why casinos will kick you out if you get too good at it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that gambling in any way, shape, or form is a good lesson, but, it works for some, I suppose. Below's the explanation, not an expert or anything, just my thought process on it. So, there we go. See, I did have a sneaky suspicion. Oh, well, hang on, what's going on here? Started playing NA servers in Legion after my IRL friend convinced me to play again. Previously, I'd rolled on the EU to play with him. In Season 4, TBC, through to Wrath of the Lich King. All right, sure. At the time, people would trade mats to the crafter, then the crafter would make the item and trade it back. This was relevant later, but experienced crafters would usually just have the item crafted, ready to trade over in the first place. This way, customers understood there was really no chance the crafter would keep their mats and scam them. However, these crafters leaned on the more expensive side, 15 gold, whilst cheaper crafters, 10 to 15 gold, wouldn't be doing this. Unfortunately, that style of gold making wasn't around when I came back for Legion BFA. Unfortunately, thank Christ it wasn't. It was horrible. I did make 2.3 million, close to 3 million between Legion and BFA. Realised, though, that wasn't going to reach the 5 million for the Bruto, since don't like playing the auction house and didn't want to do M plus carries. Sure. I got the 2.3 million selling pets and with crafting professions. I made sure to get all of the professions. I see a lot of people only focusing on one or two, which there's plenty of people fine doing 0 professions, but I'd rather have access to all of them. I originally used Wowhead to find raid consumables and sold those around raid times. And for pets, I did all of the non-PvP pet achieves to find which ones I should be leveling and selling. Okay, so he's probably hyper-focused on a select amount of pets. I see a lot of tips about long-term goal making around the subreddit. Unfortunately, these tips are rarely upvoted, which is pretty much the trend when it comes to actual good goal making advice around here. Not sure if it's due to the perceived lack of detail, but the information is definitely there. The light bulb just has to come on for people like me. There's a distinct difference, right? There is a sort of light bulb moment-esque. There's a period in time when people start making gold where you begin by just trying to absorb everything that everybody else tells you, right? You go to the WoW Economy subreddit, you go to the WoW Economy Discord, you find a couple of content creators that you gel with, and you absorb information from them. And okay, this dude said go do this. This Reddit thread said go do that. And you go out and you do the things that you are told to do. And to some extent, you'll see some success by doing that. But there is a shift to where you've absorbed enough of information from other people that you start thinking for yourself. It sounds really odd, but you do get to a point where you start actually thinking and standing on your own 2 feet, and you start relying less on the people that gave you that initial information and start just doing it yourself. And that's actually where you will skyrocket your gold. Your ability to make gold, should you wish to still put the effort in, will also skyrocket, because predominantly you will end up doing things that others are not doing, and that's really, really important with gold making. Anytime you're dealing with the auction house in any way, shape or form, the less competition, the better in most cases, as long as there is still customers. I'm not saying go to a dead-ass realm because there's no competition. There's also nobody there, so it's that's not necessarily the way forward. But it's generally a better thing to try and look forward to see what's coming in the games, or be able to navigate the game yourself and find something that works, because then you're far more likely to stumble across something with a lot less competition. Not everybody has that, though. That's why there's room for people like you. To a degree, sure, this is it, right? I mean, I've done all right by trying to, push people in the right direction. I see a lot of tips around long-term goal making. The tips are not often upvoted. I don't know why. I guess it's the long-term goal making. When people say, yeah, you should be leveling up an alt army or you should be leveling up all of the professions, people are less inclined to upvote that because they want to know. People want to know what's going to make them gold now, not tomorrow, not the day after. They want to know, right, I've got 12 hours left on my subscription and I need to make 100,000 gold. How do I do it? That's kind of what people want. Not always is that, if you start from nothing, it's going to take you a long time to get going. Welcome in, Drizzling Rose. How are we doing? Good morning to you. A lot of people don't seem to understand today's BOE greens are the transmog of 2 expansions from now. I didn't know which BFA greens would be worth saving, so I saved them all. Okay. I mean, BFA greens were flying because of the multi-box era. Just in general, I saved everything. A lot of people have TSM and never bothered using TSM Ledger feature. I skipped Shadowlands and came back before Dragonflight. The BFA greens ended up making me 1 million in a month. As a result, I was able to go into Dragonflight with around 3.3 million. I mean, it depends on where those greens came from. BFA was actually quite good for greens. Some of the greens did have not completely unique, but relatively unique, or at least a limited pool of appearance options. So they weren't too bad, especially things like island expeditions and stuff. So the thing that irritates me greatly is that there's pretty much no profit for gear crafting professions in Dragonflight outside of orders. It's not like the other professions do better. But at least I make some selling consumables and such. I've wrestled with this. I've wrestled with this for a while. That I've been trying to figure out why Dragonflight crafting isn't amazing. Because everything leads to the fact that it should be. This is the thing that's really odd, right? Everything, when you look at it on paper, everything tells you that Dragonflight crafting should be incredible. But for some reason, it's not. And there are a few reasons why I think it's not. And I don't genuinely think it's got too much to do with crafting, with any of the changes they made to crafting. A lot of people like to blame multi-craft or blame inspiration or blame resourcefulness. Some people don't like that kind of... that chance to get more or less of something. People like consistency, and I get that. That's fine, but I do think that those added stats definitely helped. The crafting order system is a love-hate relationship, predominantly because whilst as an order form to get a piece of customized gear made for you, it absolutely gets a big tick. It does its job perfectly. No real issues with that. The only problem is, for me, with the crafting order system, is it's trying to be something that it shouldn't or wasn't designed to be. And this is predominantly because they made everything bind on pickup. I think that's where it greatly stems for me. And you kind of pointed out that the gear crafting side of professions feels gross. You're super unlikely to be I can't even begin to imagine how many people out there have got a big old list of first-time crafts that they have never done with any of their professions, simply by virtue of them not wanting to stand around and try and fill work orders for them. If you could make a basic version of a piece of gear that would be bind on equip, that could be listed on the auction house, that anybody could buy, that player that then buys it, should they wish to up its item level to something more relevant to the content that they're doing, they could look for a recraft. And that's when the crafting order system could be really useful. Also, recrafts should be public orders. I think the fact that recrafts are not public orders is also batshit crazy. So there's a few telltale reasons to why crafting doesn't feel good. Because the region-wide auction house and commodities and materials and this sort of thing, we always knew, without question, we always knew that when you put everybody into one big pool, it's going to be super competitive. And instead of there being 90 little servers, all with their own auction house, all selling materials, meaning that at least 90 or so people can do well out of it, you smush it all into one big pot, and it's still going to be that only the top, handful of players make any gold off it, and they're the most hardcore, the most sweaty, the cancel scan meta, the people that will, they'll AFK it in the background and it doesn't matter to them, which means that the lion's share of the region just doesn't see any love from anything that goes on the region-wide auction house. The people that do make a lot of gold, the people that do make gold, make a stinky amount of gold, and everybody else can go get fucked. Is unfortunately the way the region-wide auction house works for most. It's good for the player base in general, though. It's just not good for gold making. That's the only difference, right? We always knew that was going to be the case, and so what they needed to do with the gear crafting side of things, the things that are still realm per realm, the things that are still local to you, is you need to allow the people that put the time and the effort into specializing in one way, shape, or form to see some perceivable value from doing that. If you tell somebody that you have to put in a huge amount of effort to become a specialized weaponsmith within blacksmithing, if you want to specialize in making two-handed axes, you have to put a lot of time and effort into getting to the point where you can make top tier two-handed axes. And then you tell them that, well, if you actually want to utilize that in any way, shape, or form, now you have to stand around in trade chat desperately trying to find somebody that wants a two-handed axe. Doesn't even give you the ability to put your work into practice and present it to people at a price, which, in my opinion, terrible, and is one of the big reasons why I think crafting just feels icky. And I was really hoping that Blizzard would sort of, see sense to this quite early on in the expansion and jump in and fix something. But it doesn't seem as if they are going to do anything at all. And if anything, it feels like they're going to dig their heels in even further, which is weird. It's weird. Welcome in, Jack. Good to see you this morning. Hope you're well. Getting over my illness slowly and surely, enjoying setting up my tunes to make guaranteed tier 3 vials with my metal. 12 tunes done, 28 a week or two behind. Oh, well, get well soon, Drizzling Rose. I'm also not 100% myself. You can probably tell it in my voice and the occasional sniffles here and there. It's clearly the end of summer flu. But get well soon, and good luck with your alt. You're in one of the better positions that you've mostly got the characters there already. As somebody who mainly sells stackable items, I do like the fast sales of the region-wide auction house, but when I sell 400 to 800 Kothists, I sell them 5 at a time every few seconds. It takes an hour or two, but I do like the consistent sales, even if the competition is tough as nails. Well, yeah, this is it. It's kiss curse, right? I still, for all of its downfalls, from a Goblin perspective, for all of its downfalls, I do still greatly enjoy the region-wide auction house. Mostly because I see the opportunity with it, right? Even if you understand that you're competing against everybody else in the entire region, at least you see light at the end of the tunnel. At least you see a target. At least you see a goal. That if you are going to try and craft up and sell things for the region-wide auction house, you know what you're getting into, and there is a chance that with the right timing, the right prices, and the right amount of effort, you'll come out the back of it substantially, better off than you went in. Crafting gear, though, It's just right place, right time. There doesn't seem to be any way for a goblin to do anything more or anything less that could result in more or less success with it. Other than if you spend 1 hour standing in Valdrakken hauling your wares, you might make some gold. If you spend 5 hours, you're probably going to make some gold. And if you do it 10 hours a day, you'll probably make loads of gold. Because you'll just be in the right place at the right time all the time. But it's a huge time commitment and a huge effort. And then you've got the problematic side of it for me, which is dealing with real people. Like, real people who don't know what it takes to craft a 447 like mythic level piece of gear. And then turn around and like, here's 10 gold. No. Like, I'm not standing here as a charity, right? I look at it from the perspective of any time you're standing around in Valdrakken trying to sell things via crafting orders, every minute you're doing that, that's 1 minute you are not doing something else in the game that's considerably more interesting. At what point do you stop trying to help others and start to help yourself by actually playing and enjoying the game? So it's a conundrum for some, for sure. I was doing something similar, trying to get rid of the several thousand tiered medallion settings. On the weekly was some of the least fun I've ever had in the game. Yeah, spamming the region-wide auction, or the auction house in general, can get very repetitive and very boring. Post Shadowlands Legendaries, I never really want to do it ever again if I can get away with it, for sure. Let's work our way through this a little bit more. I got distracted by squirrels once again. I saw the Dragonflight crafting change announcement, piqued my interest. The news coming out of the PTR solidified my decision. I knew all I had to do was outlast the initial honeymoon wave of gold makers who quit after gold income slows down after the release. There would be a set of players who just give up on professions too early, too fast, and I just had to make sure I wasn't one of those players. Professions were already easy enough, and a good portion of players weren't doing professions. Adding complexity to it would remove even more players. Even now, people still haven't figured out the basics of crafting, so there isn't anywhere close to as much competition as there should be. Crafted gear is the main Dragonflight profession feature. I had a guildie craft it for me. Ended up learning I really like when a crafter recrafts till proc with their mats, and I just reimburse them. Basically, this is the kind of service I offered to make gold after I figured out the price point where I could make gold. Nothing big brain. Most crafters in the 5 to 10k range are doing some variation of it. I know the demand exists because I'm one of the people who wants it, and I couldn't find other crafters on my server doing it. Okay, so it does actually look like they, at least in some part, were doing crafting orders. Some people don't want to take gambles, but I realised between BFA and Dragonflight I need to take gambles to start making gold. Today I see a lot of people refusing to gamble for whatever reason, and it severely hinders their gold making potential. So for example, back to TBC, where people wouldn't buy the mats and have things pre-crafted, in Dragonflight that's repeating itself all over again. I guess the use then of the word gamble is not really strictly correct. This is more like using the gold that you have to purchase materials that you are likely to need to craft things for people ahead of time. That's not strictly gambling in any way, shape, or form. You don't walk into a shop and say, "I would like a loaf of bread, please," and then the person behind the counter goes out, buys some flour, and bakes it and gives it to you in an hour. No, they have that loaf of bread ready. They haven't gambled on making that loaf of bread ahead of the time. They've just, it's basically preparation, right? I guess the word gamble in and of itself has the negative connotations. But yeah, being prepared, if you're a blacksmith and you're selling or you're looking to do a bunch of crafting. You know what items are needed to craft the items that you can make. Make sure you have some, and make sure you have enough of them so that you can quickly bang out a handful of recrafts where necessary. In a service-based system like crafting orders are, the less you need the person buying the item to do, the better. This is why the whole crafting order system, I'm not totally against the fact that people can provide no materials. I'm not against that in any way, shape, or form. I would wholeheartedly embrace that aspect if there was a way for me to more conveniently convey what it is I will craft and how much I will craft it for. And then people can turn up with a bag of gold, go, here you go, and I craft them an item to their specification. The trade is done. GG, well played. It's actually substantially easier as a crafter to not make the customer worry about all of the materials. That's your job as the crafter, in my opinion. Now, the obvious issue here is that the no craft, no tip situation quickly occurs on public orders. But you just stand your ground, right? Stand your ground. Like, if somebody whispers you, if you are still doing public orders, my number one tip, more than anything else, is do not put a price in your trade bark. This is contentious. Some people disagree with this, but I think that the last thing you want to be doing is putting your price in your trade bark. You want people to whisper you, how much for this? Then you give them a price. If they like that price, they say yes and they put the order in. If they don't like that price, they can either go away or they can try and haggle you down. Like, if you put your price in your trade bark, all you're doing is you're telling all of your other crafters out there how much you're willing to do something for, and somebody will just undercut you. Which is why I think putting your price in your trade bark is a terrible idea. Tell people what you can make. Tell people what you can make, and then they can whisper you, how much for this? I think that's a much better solution. And price your time accordingly. If you're spending 2 hours in an evening standing in Valdrakken, set yourself a target. You want to make, an average of 20k an hour, 30k an hour. Meaning that maybe at the beginning, set your prices high. Set your prices high. Tell people that you want the full bag. If you want all of the bells and whistles, okay, I can guarantee that. I'll use my own metal, I'll use my own mats, whatever. But it's 30k. Some people will be like, fuck off, there was a dude that was doing it for 5k yesterday. And sure. Now, if you get a couple of people that give you your 30k, then you can either decide, well, okay, right, I'm done for the evening now. Shut up shop, go home. Or you could start choosing to drop your prices to get, if you go 40 minutes and nobody wants to pay your 30k price, maybe drop it down to 20. See if any of those people come back. There are so many there's so many examples I see with this crafting order system and the barking in trade chat where the crafters appear spineless. It's a bit of a gross word and it's not directly targeted at anybody, but that's what it appears to me. The whole tip what you like mentality, spineless, man. Stand up for yourself. Like, Jesus Christ. It's really, really difficult to see. I mean, at that point, you are literally busking in a video game. It's like, Lord have mercy. If you're going to diminish yourself to that level by practically busking in a video game, just pick up the guitar and go play a tune on the corner of the street. You'll make more and make real money. It's like madness. Actually madness. Work order is a cancer in WoW and it will never stop. I really hope they do address the situation because It was one step forward. There was no denying that the new crafting system paired with a crafting ordering system, on paper at face value, very good. One step forward. Congratulations, have a gold star. But the fact that they went 2 steps back by then saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, everything's bind on pickup. Oh, and by the way, you then you have to use trade chat to sell anything." It's like, what? It was 1 step forward and 2 steps back, which was a real shame. Work orders should be removed and die like the fax machine. And yeah, maybe. Changing my main crafter's name to Busker. I mean, that's literally what you're doing. Literally what's going on. How are we doing, Innkeeper? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Rantfest, perfect. You do tend to join. You have the art of joining the stream as I'm in a mini rant. It's a skill. There's a lot of talk about what an item is worth. Things are worth whatever they sell for. So that means whatever the seller wants to sell it for, as long as there's somebody willing to pay the price. I learned not to listen to what people say the price of something is, and definitely not to sell items on what the current listed price is. Basically, there's a lot of items I held on to because I want to sell them for the price that I wanted. Didn't matter to me whether or not the demand existed. See, this is somebody that's willing to stand their ground. I presume then in this case that this person, if they were doing crafting orders, which I sense they were doing some of, they were also quite willing to tell somebody no. Can you craft me this mythic item level piece of gear? Can you craft this for me for 100 gold, please? No. Piss off. Do a bunch of world quests. Come back in an hour and pay me 10,000 gold. And then we'll talk. That's standing your, selling something for the price you want to sell it for is admirable. I like it. Any advice related to the new 10.17 goal making related wise? We are. I'm about to, once we've gone through this, at least jump on the PTR and we'll start having a little bit of a look. I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's much. Although we are heading back into Scarlet Monastery, so there might be some more crafting stuff there. Nax-esque, Zulgrub-esque, again, maybe. But time will tell, because once again, all of that's going to be encrypted. So, one word, Dracothists, 6 million lost. Yeah, I think I lost about 16 million on Dracothists myself, personally, at the beginning. I theoretically could and should have made a whole... Well, see, I lost a lot of gold on Dracothists, but at the same time, I made a lot of gold in the Shadowflame market. I was the first person in the EU to have the Shadowflame weapon enchant. So I cashed in on that for a few days. Yeah, roughly 16 million. I think I invested about 22 million in Dracothists in the first week or so of the game of the patch, and by the time I sold them all out, I think I'd made a net loss of about 16 million. But you win some, you lose some, right? It's all good. Same thing currently is happening with Dragonflight recipes. People don't understand how these are sourced and mistakenly predict what the price trends will be. People also don't understand how big or low demand is for certain items, e.g. the Lariat. I entered the Lariat market late when people were saying the recipe isn't worth buying. This was the biggest gamble I took. I had 5 million gold, spent 3 million of it to buy 3 Lariat recipes at 1 mil each. Even though the most common advice was saying that I wouldn't make the money back crafting the Lariat. Well, no, you probably wouldn't, and you probably haven't, but this is the point that makes all the difference, right? I sold 2 of the Lariat recipes for 1.5 million, despite a lot of people saying they weren't going to be worth more than 500 to 800k. So what this guy did was actually quite smart. He gave himself a get out of jail free card. You go big or you go home, right? Instead of buying one elemental lariat recipe for 1,000,000 gold and then desperately trying to craft it, spending every waking hour in Valdrakken trying to sell the thing, he bought 3 recipes, learned one himself, and then made sure he sold the other 2 for a grand total of what he paid for all 3 of them. So in essence, he spent 3 million buying 3 lariat recipes, sold 2 of them for 3 million, and learnt the other one. Then, he's basically got the recipe for free. Why didn't I do that? Why haven't I done that? I should do that. I always wondered how people cornered markets or found something to do that nobody else was doing. I talked to some goblins, and it was always the most obvious stuff they were doing that people didn't want to do for reasons. Even saw a new gold maker come through, make 2 million and make millions in 2 months doing something I refused to do myself since it felt like a hassle. The weirdest thing at first was the fact that these goblins were so willing to share their spot with me, and they all said there's no competition and they weren't worried about getting competition. I think this is because generally we're quite a friendly bunch of people. I would at least like to think that most, or at least I try to, promote that sort of within the mini community that we've built up over here, that, we're relatively friendly people. You're looking at it wrong. He didn't get the recipe for free this way. In fact, his recipe cost him 1.5 million, as he clearly proven that he could have sold it for that. Well, that's also the other side of things, right? If you just straight up flipped all 3 of them, you could have turned 3 million into 1.5. Yes, you are right. You are right. The opportunity cost kicks in there. But the counter argument to the counter argument is there's nothing that won't say that the elemental lariat recipe won't make its heyday again later on in the expansion. All it takes is for one tier of necklaces to be in the doo-doo. I look at this from the perspective of things like the Dark Moon cards as well. It's hopium to a degree, but I also still think that the way that the crafting system works is 10-2, 10-3, could be balanced in a way that promotes certain crafted items once again. There was a period of time in Shadowlands even where the Shadowland ring went from being god tier to everybody wanted the necklace instead, then back to god tier by the end of the expansion. So there's nothing to say that, all it takes is one patch where there's dog shit choices in necklaces for people to go, where's that elemental lariat that is in my guild bank? Maybe let's get that upgraded. Let's get that up to speed again. I mean, technically, I think the elemental lariat is still top tier, but it's only top tier if you are like balls to the wall mythic geared in the first place, and you've got loads of gem sockets, and you can make it sing and dance again. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Yes, the opportunity cost was definitely there for him to just sell all 3 recipes and make 1.5 mil. When I say he gets the recipe for free, he gets the recipe without cost. That's not strictly the same as getting it for free. Yeah, but you are right. You are right. I also wondered how people corner markets or find something to do that nobody else was doing. Oh, we've done that. At some point, I turned on a second account. Something that I've wanted to be doing since BFA. Just felt like I wasn't making enough gold to justify it. Realised why people had multiple accounts within a few minutes and turned on 2 more accounts a couple of days later. Oh, yeah, you get the second account and then all of a sudden you look at your battle.net and you've got 8 accounts and you're like, shit, how did that happen? How did that happen? But it does, yeah. Eventually I found something to do that other people aren't doing. People aren't doing it because it runs counter to what people assume works. People consistently complain about the issue on dead servers. Whenever I was on a low pop server, I think about how much it sucks. Then I realised it sucks because nobody wants to do it. And if I do it, I'm already doing it anyway, then I can get customers. However, this required literally everything I listed before, and it's stuff most people aren't really keen on doing. I mean, talk about being vague. Presumably, this is doing crafting. Or is this doing crafting orders on a dead realm where there's like literally no blacksmiths or something? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All in all, the journey is mostly taught me pretty much the majority of the WoW player bases refuses to get out of their own way, and people don't do things the simplest, most efficient way. For example, I thought I could monetize cross-realm trading, but it turns out almost no one knows or remembers what trading actually is. I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that people refuse to switch servers to get something for 200k gold cheaper. I can give you the answer to that. There's one really, really simple answer to this. People don't know it exists. People 100% do not even know it exists. There is absolutely nothing in the game that will indicate to you the price of something on a different server. Nothing in the game whatsoever. No, to my knowledge, there's not even an add-on that can do this for you in-game. The only way that you can easily, if it wasn't for websites like the Undermine Exchange, I can't even remember what it's called nowadays. I think it's Undermine Exchange, isn't it? Yeah, if it wasn't for Undermine Exchange, you would never be able to quickly and easily see what the prices are for things on other realms. Because there's nothing in game that replicates this. You can have TSM. TSM will tell you the like region market average and a few other price sources, but it doesn't allow you to go, okay, well, what is the price of something on somewhere? Okay, what's the price of, if we go for a hot ticket item right now, let's take a look at the Lamented Crusader pieces, right? Okay, this can maybe be the realm that I play on. If I want to buy some Crusaders, if I want to buy Lamented Crusaders legs, they're 300k on my realm. Oh, 300k on my realm, that's pricey. But here I can scroll down and I can go, where's the cheapest place? Boom. The cheapest place is Thrall for 174,000 gold. Let me just quickly make a character over there with my alt account, transfer 175,000 gold over there, and practically in 5 minutes save myself 120k. The point is that if just because you know that this is feasible and know what the resources are to do this, 99.9% of the players of WoW do not know how to do this. They go to their auction house, and what they see the price of something on the auction house is the price that something is. Say, for example, that they've got, somebody's got their eyes on a mount that they want, but it's, I don't know, the Golden Reigns thing, for example. Let's say somebody's had their eyes on one of these for ages, right? Let's say somebody's wanted this for a long time. Somebody's wanted, where is it on here? Somebody's wanted a Golden Mane for a long time, but you play on some arse out of nowhere server where it's like consistently ridiculously expensive, 500,000, Let's say it's really, really expensive. You have no knowledge within the game that this is cheaper anywhere else, unless you actually happen to make another character on another server to go check the auction house on that server. It's ignorance more than anything else to why this is the case. This is why the players who have many millions and want to turn many millions into silly millions will do it with this cross-realm arbitrage and are already doing it. There's a handful of people who I already know are making just ungodly amounts of gold by doing this. When did they switch the name from Oribos? Well, it's not been too long since he shut down Undermine Journal. And when he shut down the Undermine Journal, I think he made the decision to then rename Oribos Undermine Exchange, Mostly because Oribos was clearly very Shadowlands-esque. Good, don't remind us of the terrible... Yeah, exactly, this was it. It was the Oribos exchange. People, Oribos, like, yeah, circular hell, no thank you. It's also 10 months into the expansion and people are still doing the profession equivalent of rogues wearing intellect daggers instead of agility daggers whilst complaining Dragonflight professions don't make gold. NA player, hashtag NA player. I mean, I literally scienced it last week. I literally took 3 days to try my best to emphasize the fact that if you are dealing with Dragonflight professions, in the EU currently, and you're selling things on the region-wide auction house, it's risky business. Sure, in 3 days I took 300 TLDR for people. It's coming in a minute, by the way. I took, for people who don't want to watch the video, or have maybe already seen the video, I ended up spending 290,000 gold on jewel crafting. I took 290,000 gold and in the space of about 3 days did a whole bunch of shit with it, sold it all back out again, and turned it into about 350k. So like, at face value, 20% profit. But there was also an element of timing there, which I think I sort of optimized. I bought my materials. I think I bought materials on a Monday. Spent a lot of Tuesday doing the processing, making everything, and then sold a lot of the stuff during the peak on a Wednesday. So it took me 3 days to do the whole process. But even then, it was like razor thin margins. It's a very hypocritical line to write. Yeah, maybe. Take a recent thread where people were discussing how to get level 1 to 10 alts over to Valdrakken. I think the first few comments were about using a Warlock portal. And for hours this was the only suggestion. It's not optimal since you need 3 people to do it, when you can just use one person, a mage. Or take people with one character who don't understand how to get the Dragonflight profession weekly done that requires 2 to 3 work orders. I don't know... I think this dude's just at this point trying to shit on people from a great height, which just feels weird. I mean, I know he's using outlandish examples to try and prove a point, but it's a bit unnecessary. If these are things you figure out for short fixes, then you're really ahead of a good part of the WoW population. If you're doubting or wondering how long it takes, all I can say is keep at it. Eventually you'll find your niche. There's also the matter of doing things too late, e.g. me jumping on the Lariat recipe too late. Granted, I still made gold, but I could have made a lot more gold. Pretty much everything I've given advice on, incoming gold trains, to people, I get shot down since they're too scared to take the risk or the gamble, or they just don't understand the basic goal making. Okay, this is a roundabout way of saying that the early bird catches the worm again, which is super true, right? And this also leads back to what we mentioned earlier about like crossing that line between absorbing all of your information from others to being able to stand on your own feet and think with your own brain. And when you can start looking at the game through your own eyes and start to spot these opportunities, and preferably spot the opportunities before they become opportunities, being proactive rather than reactive. If you absorb all of your goal-making information from the likes of content creators and streamers, I'm literally shooting myself in the foot here, but if you absorb all of your information in that regard, your goal-making adventure is going to be very reactive. You're reacting to what has worked for other people. If you can switch from being reactive to being proactive, meaning that you're looking ahead to what's coming in the game and you're figuring these things out without needing to be told it, that's where you'll start to see your results like literally multiply. I started trying to find Lariat and Hourglass recipes around the same time as 3 other people on my server. I've made probably 3 to 10 times the amount of gold as them because they refused to take the gamble I took even when I offered it to them. I even followed up with one of them a month ago and they still don't understand. They keep trying to do things 3 months late. However, the person talking about gold making the most in trade chat like they know what they're doing. And whenever I sell recipes from an alt, they don't know it's me. They consistently tell me how wrong I am about my prices and timing. Sure. I didn't jump on Dracothis late as I pretty much had 5 alchemy characters since the first weeks of BFA. Just had to level up the other 9 alchemists. I had prepped 50 to 60 during the Dragonflight XP event at the end of Shadowlands. Meanwhile, there are people who've been playing longer than me that still haven't bothered to make their alt army. And I saw a lot of people making alchemy alts right as the Dracothis price started going down. Yeah, once again, proactive rather than reactive and you'll do well. Do you think jewel crafting's worth it overall? Would you do any better with alchemy or enchanting instead? The greatest lesson I learned from this little science experiment we did with jewel crafting last week, the greatest lesson I learned is that you need to be hyper efficient with your time to make crafting worthwhile doing. If you are able to both be hyper efficient with your time and do something at scale, it can be valuable still to focus on crafting. Yet there's a lot of, you have to put a lot of ducks in a line to really make it worthwhile, right? So, for one, prospecting is just dead as a dodo. There is no value realistically in prospecting because there are people who are semi-AFK, dare I say, even botting the prospecting of large quantities of ore consistently. Ultimately leading to just a massive influx of gems. So realistically, if you ever need gems to craft something else with jewel crafting, then just buy the gems. That is a huge time-saving adventure right there, which is weird, right? Because jewel crafting specifically had like a spec tree path that would promote you being a good jewel crafter, a good prospector, sorry. But it was too quick and easy to do, and so now everybody has it, and it's like GG. But that thread was a weird trip. Never seen somebody get so high off their own farts for making a gold cap or 3. There was definitely some self-praise in there for sure. Yeah. But yeah, crafting currently is in a weird situation. It's not in the bin. It's not at all. And so to come back to the question, could I do better with alchemy or enchanting? I think I could do just as well with enchanting or alchemy. I have max professions. I have both of those also maxed out, so there's nothing preventing me theoretically from doing the same. I could redo the science from an alchemy perspective or an enchanting perspective and probably see similar results. Both alchemy and enchanting have the obvious drawbacks of the pure crafting time of the items alone is redonkulous. At least jewel crafting, you're predominantly going to make your gold with jewel crafting from crafting and selling gems, which they're still, for the most part, your gems are still 3 figures in terms of gold per item. And on that, you are probably making 10 to 15 gold minimum per craft. The issue with alchemy, for example, is the margins are probably even skinnier with alchemy, ultimately leading to you spending just an ungodly amount of time crafting potions. And the more time you spend crafting potions, obviously your theoretical gold per hour is going to suffer because of that. So, and enchanting, I think the issue with enchanting is that everything is once again just too cheap. Dare I say it, I think everything with enchanting is probably too cheap now. you can't craft enough of it fast enough for it to really make it worthwhile even doing. By worthwhile, I mean, I don't, even with crafting, I'm not particularly interested in getting out of bed unless there's at least like 20, 30,000 golden hours worth of, profit from it. I'd let somebody else fight for scraps. This is slightly misleading because it says I take 100k worth of materials and see what can be done. And this is because that's how I started the video. I started the video by buying 100,000 gold worth of Ceravite ore. Our total spend ended up somewhere near just under 300k by the time I bought a bunch of other like Awakened and stuff to craft gems with. But the point still stands, is that there was a significant time investment in doing it, and the profits were razor thin, but positive. Even after the auction house cut, they were razor thin and positive. So if you can super optimize the amount of time you spend doing something, or if you just straight up don't value your time at all and can do it AFK on a second account, if you craft 10,000 elemental harmony AFK over a few hours on a second account whilst you're, in Zoom calls at work, then I guess you're multitasking, and I guess you don't care too much. But if you were to sit down and play the video game and spend 5 hours crafting 10,000 elemental harmony, I think you'd probably regret your decision after doing it. So this is constantly something that I wrestle with, because there are some people that value their time so differently to others and have so different opportunities available to them. Back from Shadowlands, for example, where vendor shuffles were like really popular, it was clear that there were some people that were like actively sitting down in the evening to do vendor shuffles to make gold. And these were also people that maybe only had 2 or 3 hours to play the game in the evening. And they were valuing making 7k an hour vendor shuffling as more worthwhile to them than actually playing the game in that small window of opportunity they have between their kids going to bed and, having to go to bed themselves, sort of thing. It was surprising to see. But then, the work from home culture allows people to have 3 screens, Zoom call, pretend to look interesting in a meeting you don't particularly want to be in, whilst, every 20 minutes clicking a button on World of Warcraft on another screen. It's like, it's difficult. It's difficult. If you do it while you work, you don't value your job enough. Everybody has downtime. Surely, right? Surely. There's also the TSM developer deep dive custom string parsing. Now, I like the fact that Samadan has included this in the weekly economy report, but I can tell you categorically this zooms so much over my head that I don't even really particularly think it's worth covering. The telltale thing from here, more than anything else, is just to let you guys go and have a read of it yourself. This is a bit of a deep dive into how TSM does what TSM does. It's one of those things that you'll either dig or you won't. The TLDR being is that the custom strings are now more optimized than they were, meaning that you could theoretically, you can do some fancier things with TSM. But the audience that this applies to probably already knew that this was a thing and is already utilizing it. You can't really sell somebody on TSM by showcasing this. So go and have a read if you care. I'm working right now, posting auctions at the same time. Need my IRL money and my WoW gold. Indeed. I'm pretty sure we'll see a region auction house in pre-patch for the expansion. I've said this already, right? I've said this for a little while. I am pretty convinced in 10.3 we'll see a fully region-wide auction house. Simply because I can't think of a more better time for them to do this. If they don't get it done for 10.3, it's presumably going to have to wait until 11.3, which is a further 2 years down the line. Now, that, because let's not forget 9.2.5, I want to say, the tail end of Shadowlands, let's put it that way. The tail end of Shadowlands is when we got the materials and commodity merge. Presumably 10.3 will land about 2 calendar years after that fact, which I assume is going to have been enough time for them to develop something behind the scenes to make it so that the region-wide auction house goes, full. Everything. Just one big auction house. It's clearly going that way, and they want it to go that way. I don't think we'll get a 10.3. 10.2 will be the last. No, 10.2 is going to land in November. 10.2 lands in November. It's still going to be 12 calendar months from that point until we get a new expansion. Although there does, there's got to be a 10.3. They have to release another patch. They'll get another tier in there for sure. The pace that they have kept with Dragonflight so far, more than anything, indicates to me that we're set for a 10.3. My bet being 10.2 will go to the Emerald Dream when we get out. Everything's changed. 11.0 will come in August. No, not convinced by that. Not convinced by that at all. I don't think that they're going to try and push the expansion earlier. The timing for their expansion launch right now is borderline perfect from a business perspective. It's Q4, in the business world, right? Q4 is massive business. Q4 is like the fourth quarter for many businesses and industries is the quarter where they make all of their money. They make all of that money in that one period, and then the 3 periods prior to that are just keeping things running until the next Q4. You gotta remember now that World of Warcraft and Blizzard and Activision are absolutely not small little game. They're not dollar companies. They're billion-dollar companies. And they categorically cash in on the Q4 expense. That's where all the money is. Releasing a new expansion means they get the pre-Christmas hype. They get all of the money that's floating around at that period in the year as well. It's just so logical from a business, but there's no added value to them releasing it in August. None whatsoever. Activision has 2 titles in the top 4 selling games of 2023. Presumably that's Diablo 4, right? What would be the other best-selling game? It can't be Call of Duty, right? Is it still COD? Well, there we go. Yeah, I find it incredible borderline impossible for them to release a new expansion in August. There's no value to them doing that because they missed Q4 money by doing that. Void expansion or South Sea. Isn't Bellula already on the hype train for flipping expansion leaks? I saw him posting something yesterday talking about, what was it? Yeah, he's got a South Seas, the hard evidence. Unfortunately, I've seen enough Bellula videos to believe that there's probably not any hard evidence. But yeah, sure. Could be making boat housings. Bellula's been void posting for 6 years. Yeah, every expansion he gives that another go. I don't mind what turns up next. I genuinely don't mind what turns up next. I think Blizzard have got quite a nice thing going with their 2-year expansion cycles. There was talk a while ago. There was some rumours, some mutterings of them going to a 12-month expansion cycle a while ago. But long enough time ago now that I don't think they'd do it. Next expansion's going to be my first going into it with a gold cap, so I'm ready. Yeah, if you can stroll into a brand new expansion with a bunch of gold under your belt, you are good. Like, honestly, it means you can react to anything that's new, for sure. No more boats? Well, we had who remembers the shipyard from the garrison? Luckily, that was an end of expansion thing. I say end of expansion. The end of Warlords of Draenor lasted flipping forever, but we had the boatyard then. Obviously, if you played Alliance, well, actually, Battle for Azeroth was quite boat heavy. Yeah, farm oil in WoD. Oh dear, nightmares are kicking in. Lazy's been at it again over in Lich King Classic, doing some flipping of BOEs. See, this is interesting, right? There is a really viable option now for if you enjoy gold making, if you enjoy the act of gold making and you're predominantly doing it in a fashion to try and make your game time from it, if you're purely trying to make gold to get play for free, if that's your ultimate goal, weirdly, you should go make gold in Classic, not retail. Because at the moment, to get 300, 400,000 gold in retail compared to getting the like 8 to 10k in Classic is like night and day. Classic is so busted for gold right now. Can't be bothered with Wrath of the Lich King waiting for Kata Classic. Didn't you say exactly the same thing? Can't be bothered with TBC waiting for Wrath of the Lich King. I'm pretty sure you said the exact same thing. They were not rumours. They publicly stated that on stage multiple years in a row. Granted, I am glad that they did not keep their word on that one. Oh, for the yearly expansion cycles, yeah. I think that would be too fat. At that point, they would have to stop calling. Their business model would have to change, right? They would have to probably drop the new expansion title because otherwise you're just hitting people too hard too frequently. It would end up having to be just like two major every 6 months, a major patch, but they could build in like vast sweeping changes each and every time. That I think they'd have to change way too much about the game to squish it down to a 12-month expansion cycle. It's an MMO after all. It's a massively multiplayer online game. It's meant to be something that's a little bit slower paced. And the reality being is that your Call of Duties and whatever, they come out, they refresh once a year, but the reality is it's exactly the same game with a different skin, for the most part. Please don't shoot me, COD fans, but you know what I mean. Kata was amazing if you remove the last patch. Up to the last patch was nice. Kind of skipped Kata and Mist, so I like to play classic versions of them. I have a lot of nostalgia for classic for Cataclysm, mostly because our man Total Biscuit, rest in peace. I remember vividly Total Biscuit's Cataclysm overview videos were, in my opinion, what propelled him to propelled him in the eyes of many people. I think Cataclysm was one of the first expansions he ever heavily documented, and he was on another level compared to what else was out there at the time. He quit in Cataclysm, didn't he? I can't remember. I think he he took his platform much further than what World of Warcraft would allow him to have. So I think there was two reasons why, but he did. He was very vocal on how bad it was. What was the end of Cataclysm? What was the end of Cataclysm raid? Why has my mind gone blank? Oh my god, Dragon Soul, of course. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. 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 Oh my god, the entire expansion leading up to... Yeah. We got cheated of Deathwing. Yeah, okay, it all comes flooding back now. Yes, you're right. Yeah, we finally get the epic Deathwing fight where we just tickle his toes, yeah. And not to mention we had it for... Oh! Dragon Soul also was the implementation of LFR, wasn't it? Am I right? Was Dragon Soul the first LFR they ever did? I think it was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see why people have negative vibes on Kata for sure. But also Transmog. True. There are some positives. Oh no, comments. Oh no, it's that time. Have I managed to squeeze nearly 2 hours of stream content out of a single article on Wowhead? I've impressed myself. TLDR, all I got so far was step 1, have 5 million gold. Lost interest immediately. If I wanted something off the auction house, I'll just walk my happy ass to Orgrimmar. Okay. Right now, I think the biggest sellers the Lamented Armor pieces from Naxxramas, since not a lot of people want to waste time trying to kill 15 bosses for the tokens. I do it on a weekly basis and started 2 weeks ago. Made I presume that's meant to be 1.2 million gold, selling 3 of the 8 pieces. I run all 13 classes I have on one account and consolidate the tokens onto my main. I total out for about 195 tokens for the week. That's enough to get 4 of the 8 pieces to drop on Gamble. I mean, it is not. That's a 2% drop rate. If you've had a 2% drop rate, you're above average for sure. Ask Zanzaful. I myself need belt and gloves for my main so that I can convert them into the original tier 3 set for completion. Once I have the achievement, I can always get the blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Lamented is still a good option for people, sure. There's no denying, though, that if he's doing 13 classes, he's running them one at a time for 15 boss kills each. It is probably taking him somewhere in the region of about 6 hours a week to do this. But it still goes to show, even when you extrapolate the maths on that, he's doing all right. There's no doubt that this is of value still, and it's kind of in the it's still the kind of the hype thing for sure. I found the Lamented pieces are being constantly undercut. The only way you'll sell them on the auction house is to consistently undercut scanning. I mean, he who tries hardest usually wins. I picked dual crafting and alchemy on my main. I made back the gold I spent on the lariat recipe and materials to level up, and that was it. In order for me to actually get more gold, I've had to have sit in trade to spam something which is not enjoyable. Since the lariat nerf, I've made less than 50k this season on recrafts. I tried blacksmithing on an alt, but you can't even level it to max without crafting orders, and there was 0 for blacksmithing, unless you're so desperate to use your own sparks to level up. No one in their right mind will give you a crafting order without a maxed out profession skill tree. You can level blacksmithing without, you have to get the hammer, but it also means you have to spec in a very specific direction to do it, so I can see why people haven't. I've had 2 pieces on the auction house for ages on a medium pop and they still haven't sold, and I cancel scan multiple times a day. I mean, multiple times a day isn't going to cut it. If you said multiple times an hour, I'd give you a little bit more leeway. It's all arguing about lariats. What am I missing that makes multiple accounts so good? I know one allows you to permacamp the auction house on a bank, but why more? Multiple servers? Are these paid accounts? AFK crafting of large quantities of items. Multiplying your effectiveness. I need to cancel scan 20 times an hour to get rid of all of the lamented I get in a week. Yeah, but dude, you get a lot of them. You get a lot of them. If you're trying to sell 1 or 2, then yeah. Hot take, the talent system, also known as knowledge points, is pure trash. Would not be mad if it wasn't in 11.0. They need to work on it. It was clearly very clever. There's no denying that as a portfolio piece, as I like to call it, the knowledge points system was very clever. The issue predominantly was twofold. There's 2 reasons why I agree with you. The 2 reasons upon why I agree with you is that inspiration was too powerful. Stacking inspiration quickly basically put you in another league to everybody else. Now, you could say that that's, well, game knowledge, but ultimately there's no denying that inspiration is just too powerful. If inspiration was less powerful, it would have actually made Artisan's metal be a thing, which it wasn't. Would have completely changed the way that the system would have worked. The second point being that the acquisition method of the knowledge points is trash, absolutely trash. If they gave people more, or I think what would actually make it better would be a limited quantity of points that you could spend. Make it so that you could acquire, make it so it takes you a bit of grinding, takes a bit of time to get all your knowledge points, but making it so that you only have X amount of knowledge points. Let's say blacksmithing has 800 knowledge points you need to acquire to fill all of the trees, right? I think what they would have been probably better off doing is making it so that you can, at best, only have like 200 knowledge points. And making it such as that you could, make it relatively quickly to get the talent points you need, but make it so you can only ever have 200 of them. So you can put them wherever you wish, and then make it so that, like, once a patch, you get a reset token, and you can build in a different direction. Now, obviously, that predominantly benefits people with lots of characters and lots of alts, but I'm also of the opinion that if you have lots of characters and you have lots of alts, you are multiplying the amount of effort that you're putting into it. You absolutely should be rewarded for doing that. People who argue that, oh, well, alts will just, well, those alts don't come from nowhere, right? I think a system of that nature would have made the knowledge points better than what it is now. Meaning people that would have actually somewhat chosen to go in one direction. This period in time of being a specialist in some area would last almost longer. But as it is right now, yes, I agree. If they're just going to copy paste knowledge points from Dragonflight into 11.0, they need to not do this. Interesting how we constantly disagree on anything to do with the knowledge points. A clash of opinions is fine. Talent point for professions. In the start, if you did not know the way to go and what stat to go for and you picked wrong, you were screwed. And if you did not farm every hour, you were screwed. I did all of this, but my friends did not, and they just rage quit the game as their gold income was 0. That was predominantly because that was way more of an issue than it could or should have been because of inspiration. The only thing that was really if you went the inspiration route, GG well played. If you didn't go the inspiration route, you were left behind. And this is because inspiration was too powerful. If they had toned back the power of inspiration specifically, you would kind of filter out that problem, right? There would have been less room for errors. Whatever path you chose, I mean, if you were completely dumb and you just put one here, and then went back to the beginning, if you put absolutely no effort into it whatsoever, then yeah, you weren't going to win, right? But at least if they toned back inspiration a touch to make it less powerful, it would have meant that, if you had done nothing more than just put all of your points into becoming really good at making two-handed axes, you would be able to make pretty good two-handed axes. And the person that had hyper-optimized their knowledge points to get some inspiration, to get some resourcefulness, would probably be able to make it a little bit better than you with slightly less knowledge points, but the disparity wouldn't be, oh, this dude wins and you lose, which is unfortunately how it ended. So I love how the knowledge points are at the moment because I invested time in farming these, and being ahead was huge in goal making. Farming rare and dirt piles were rewarding. Yeah, I mean, if you went heavy on Dragon Shard farming, you could probably get 1 or 2 professions ahead of the curve for sure. And in the period in time to where that mattered was the first couple of months before people were able to film trees. Now we're in a scenario where from now on, people are going to have full trees and they're all at an equal level, pretty much. This is the problem with the crafting system, and I knew this would happen. It was very clear from the word go that the entire system would only matter for as long as it took people to max it. And then soon as the system is maxed, soon as people have full spec trees, then everybody's on an equal level, they're on an equal playing field again. And by that point, all of the optimization and all of the specialization basically, goes out the window. Because if 2 people have the same thing, then it's no longer a variable that makes a difference, right? Because they've both got access to it. So from this point on until the end of Dragonflight, crafting is going to rely heavily on Blizzard implementing something new that's worthwhile crafters chasing each and every patch. This is why 10.2 is going to be interesting for me. I really hope they've got something up their sleeve for 10.2 that actually is worth everybody, regardless on whether you've got full spectries or not, but it's worth everybody chasing. I'm going to take it back to Shadowlands for a minute, where each and every patch we had a new tier of like Crafter's Mark. Crafter's Marks were really good as they acted as like a soft reset. Every time a new major patch landed and there was a new crafter's mark to chase, even if you had done nothing with your professions whatsoever previously, you were able to, right, okay, well, Crafter's Mark 4 comes from me going and leveling this new reputation in this new zone, which is something that anybody can do. And it's a soft reset. It means that people who'd put a lot of time and effort in the previous patches had the same opportunity as brand new players, yet the people that had put a lot of effort in still obviously had access to make those other things. They were just never going to be as popular. But anybody that played with the Crafter's Mark system would know that even when you released a new Crafter's Mark, the old Crafter's Mark's gear would still periodically sell and was still worthwhile you paying attention to. So it didn't completely reset the game, which was quite nice. There was no denying that that was a system that worked quite well. Also makes it utmost annoying that everything's bind on pickup in Dragonflight, because they had a good system going with the Crafter's Marks, and then they nuked it by making everything bind on pickup. The PvP gear is the closest thing we have to that now. Yeah, it is. It is. The problematic aspect of that being is that the rest, there's it attracts only it attracts a subset of the mark of the game, not, Crafter's Mark gear was catch-up gear, and it was catch-up gear for everybody. Whereas the PvP gear now, the item level of it at base value is usually trash compared to, it's usually on a level with just world quest gear. So it's not even, it doesn't even act very well as catch-up gear in most cases. But you're right, it's the closest thing we have today. It's still not ideal though. I guess we'll learn today if there'll be a 10.2 announcement this week. They make This Week in WoW every Monday. 10.2's on the encrypted PTR. Oh yeah, it's soon. It's very soon. It's definitely, I suspect, if not before, but very shortly after 10.17 launches, we'll get info about 10.2. Without doubt. Okay, I've spent 2 hours so far, and we haven't even logged into the game yet. I think that's a record for me, But I've done what I wanted to do, which was predominantly go through this for the week. Do we have... Let's see if the 10.17 PTR is going to play game. I want to have a poke about and see what's going on in there. Aha, we're in. I guess what I actually need to do, more than anything else, is probably pull up my main and make sure that it's in good state to transfer over to the PTR. Let's make sure it all looks good. It is absolutely bucketing it down outside. There was forecast like 30 millimeters of rain or something today. Flood warnings and everything going on. The studio has a full metal roof, so I'm hoping if it rains too heavily, it's not like constant background noise. I've already got the aircon on, which is problematic for background noise, but if I don't shut up, then you probably won't hear it. Can't hear anything. That's good. I don't have my noise gate switched on in OBS. That's the thing. I could use a noise gate to get rid of any background audio. He says and instantly goes quiet. I was looking at my OBS meters. I was looking at the volume to see where it sits at when I'm not running my mouth. Definitely cooled down here over in the UK last week. You could almost see your breath in the morning. Yeah, it's going that way. Where autumn is clearly clearly almost here. What do we got here? Oh, I know why I've got all of this. Can I transfer a character over to the PTR if I have auctions up on that character? That usually causes problems, doesn't it? This is the remnants of some more little science I did with Dawn crafting. Being that I took 100,000 draconium ore and prospected it. For any of you guys that watched my jewel crafting video last week, you'll oh, that's cheap. For any of you that watched the jewel crafting video, you may notice that I prospected ceravite ore predominantly, and I wanted to. What the hell's going on here? I mean, sure. I wanted to see if draconium ore was any better or any worse, and the conclusion was that do not prospect draconium ore. Holy shenanigans. Draconium ore prospecting was heavily weighted on the value of diamonds. And now diamonds are in the bin. It's, yeah, steer clear of it. Eh? What's with these gem prices? Hello? So, I mean, this is clearly somebody's hoovered them all up and has reset them all. Hello? I mean, this is another aspect of it. My little jewel crafting video from last week was predominantly based upon turnover. Buy shit, buy stuff, craft all of it, sell all of it, and do it fast. Now, with a little bit of patience, waiting until, markets get reset to then sell out your wares is probably a smarter move. Right, okay. This dude's actually, his bags are relatively clean. His bags are clean enough that I'm happy to take him over to the PTR. So let's log him out. Let's let the game snapshot where he's at. Holy cow, never seen such clean bags. You can tell I'm not playing the game too much at the moment, can't you? When my bags are that clean, that's a distinct indication that I'm not playing the game anywhere near as much as I should. Let's go Benedictus. I don't think it matters. Let's copy character. Europe. Now to find the right dude. You. Copy. What did you play on your week of illness? Last week I didn't really play much of anything, honestly. No, I haven't actually even logged on to Satisfactory in probably nearly a week. I'm one of those people who, when they're ill, they're ill. Horizontal on the sofa, maybe Netflix at best, or I'm just dying asleep. I try to do as little as possible when I'm not well. The game I actually played more than anything else last week was probably Warcraft Rumble, and that's because I could do it just on my phone. Like, I was just semi-passed out on the sofa. Rumble's really fun. I've had a blast with Rumble, I know it's a stinky pay-to-win mobile game, but there's no denying I've had a load of fun playing it. No denying it. This leads me onto a topic of conversation that I wanted to address at some point. I put my little review, my 1 week of play review of Warcraft Rumble up on my main YouTube channel. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect it to get more than 10 views, because I really didn't expect anybody in any way, shape or form to care. And weirdly, it got more than 10 views. But actually, looking at the analytics, a good 50% of the views are coming from YouTube search right now, because there's nobody making videos on Warcraft Rumble because it's not technically launched yet. But I don't think I'm going to put videos for it on the main channel. But I am absolutely going to take advantage of the early hype of this game. There's no denying. I know it's a stinky little mobile game and it's pay to win and people hate that sort of shit. But that doesn't detract from me the fact that the game's fun and people want to know about it. So there's probably going to be a new YouTube channel imminently for Warcraft Rumble. So as and when that happens, I will let you guys, because I want to differentiate, right? What I do in World of Warcraft and what I do in other games, if the link was stronger than them just sharing the Warcraft name, I would probably put it all on the same channel. But the link is not. I know categorically people that care a lot about World of Warcraft retail are going to have very opposite opinions about Warcraft Rumble.
Sweet
I know
profit
that's
together.
going to be the case, so I'm not going to try and force it down everybody's
Finally,
throat.
vacation.
Derp, my man, with the 27 months. You're on vacation. No more 24-hour working sessions. Good job, my man. Enjoy it. Have fun. Channel name, Manthia Sellout. Hey, I tell you what, if I can get a Warcraft Rumble channel up and running, if they do creator codes, I'm in there. If they do creator codes, I'm on it like a rocket. I hate mobile gaming, it should die, but I tried to install Rumble and fuck me, it's hella fun. Sadly, the PvP is useless because people spent money. You'll actually find, early days, I've had quite a lot of fun with the PvP side of things. Yeah, if you whale out on it, you are going to get an advantage. But if you whale out on it, you're going to climb the ranks so quickly that there'll come a point where the difference between free-to-play Andes and whales will, they'll just be playing in different leagues. You'll come across a whale as they're leveling up, but eventually the whale will never lose, and they'll just play at a different level. Oh my god, I'm talking about a silly mobile game even more. The TLDR is that there'll be a new YouTube channel for Warcraft Rumble, for sure, because it's fun. And for little mobile minigame, I played Clash Royale loads when that first came out. I played Clash Royale for about the first 2 years it came out, with spending virtually no money on it. So it was fine. Warcraft Rumble's more like Warcraft 3 than WoW. In the source material, the Horde has ogres, but no extended Horde races beside Tauren and Troll. Sellout Theus? Maybe, who knows. Anyway, we are on, Warcraft Rumble aside, we are on the 10.1.7 PTR. Let's maybe change... Exploring 10.1.7. Let's get that renamed. I should probably look at the patch notes to find out what the hell is going on in this patch, really, shouldn't I? Dream Surges seems to be the big ticket item we need to pay attention to. Battle Dream-empowered foes across the Dragon Isles as Admiral prepares to bloom. Don't know what the flipping hell that is. We got the new ping system. Visit the options menu to start communicating faster with pings. That means I'm going to need to assign a button on my mouse to do pings, presumably. That's annoying because I don't have many spare buttons on my mouse. In fact, I have no spare buttons on my mouse. Okay. Sure. Night Elf and Forsaken Heritage Armors. I have never given a hoot about Heritage Armors. I apologise if that is your jam. It's not mine. It falls far too much under the category of transmog for me to care about, but we might have a look all the same. Oh! Oh! There's all the outrageous quantities of new achievements for professions, aren't there? So where are those professions? Are they in here? Raise all primary professions to 300 skill points in the classic category, Outlands category, Northrend category, Masters of all. I would have assumed I would have had some of these. Maybe it just doesn't track. Oh, okay. Okay, these. Okay, I'm likely to actually have all of these predominantly anyway. That's just leveling them up. And these aren't new. These are fulfill 1,000 crafting. Oh, well, there we go. There's an interesting one for you. Apparently, I've done 220 crafting orders in Dragonflight. You know how many of those are for other people? I can probably count them on this hand. the others are probably me just cheesing crafting orders for my alts each week. Some are retrospective, some are new. Yeah, I'm aware. This is why I'm having a little bit of a poke through this. I'm aware that there's a vast amount of new. You can see how each within the professions tab now. This is where I actually need retail open at the same time, isn't it? Because we can. It's good for quick comparisons. Now they have subcategories for each profession in the professions tab. And you are going to see a huge flurry of new achievements for people to hunt after. If we do a quick compare and contrast. People were spamming trade chat that they had that one first week in Dragonflight. The thing is, if you could just send yourself 1,000 personal crafting, send yourself 1,000 crafting orders and get it. It wasn't really. It was super gameable. People seem to assume that it was some badge of honor. It really isn't. If anything, it showcases you've wasted a lot of time in Valdrakken. So this is live right now. If we look at the difference here, yeah, you open your professions in live. You have cooking, fishing, archaeology. Come 10.1.7, you're going to have a subcategory for each different profession to work through. So I want to know what jewel crafting looks like, because I'm biased and I'm a jewel crafter. Achieve 250,000 points in a single jewel crafting minigame. I achieved this back in 2016, apparently. This is the jewel craft toy. I think it's a toy, isn't it? It's a toy nowadays. I don't think it used to be a toy, but it's a toy nowadays. Craft jewel crafters focus the tools of the trade for jewel crafting. I wonder, how much of all of this is going to be retroactive, if any. And I worry that none of it will be, because I don't think that they've tracked any of these in the past to make them retroactive. Let's also quickly give you guys some in-game audio. I've just realised that there's no in-game audio for you. Yeah, craft 100 items with the jewel crafting profession. Zippo. Isn't the Dalaran Hearthstone a toy now? It is, yes. Both the Dalaran and the Garrison Hearthstones are toys. Perform prospecting or crushing operations on ore or gems 2,000 times. Cycle through all the colours of the Convergent Prism toy within a raid instance. Odd, sure. Complete each of the following jewel crafting dailies listed below. Oh no! Oh no, I thought I got away from doing most of these. I thought we cheesed this like only a couple of months ago. Oh, we're gonna have to do flipping jewel crafting dailies again. Craft or repair each of the figurines listed below. Oh, snap. That's every figurine from every expansion. Sheesh. Money, money. Craft each of the following jeweled whelplings. Oh, ripperoni pepperoni, those people that hadn't farmed up these recipes on their Dragonflight Jewel Crafter. I think I have them all now. Where are they? There we go. I've got all of these. I've got all of these already. This is what I want to do then. I want to save one of each cluster. I want one of each cluster colour saved so that... Yes! Yes! There we go! Yes! I've got one of each cluster already banked, ready to bang this one out day one. Good, 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 good. And not to mention that we could throw them up on the auction house and sell them. What does leatherworking have to say for itself? Craft 100 items with the leatherworking profession. Test of scale 1. I think there's 3 variations of this, and I think it goes to an ungodly number if you want the top one. Craft the mallet of thunderous skins, the tool of the trade. Oh, my voice died on me then. Oh, dear God. I've clearly been talking already too much today. It claims I haven't done this. I swear I did back in the day. This could be a touch frustrating from BFA. Yeah, the tools of the trade were a 8.2 BFA thing. Perform the following tasks whilst under the effect of your basic cooking fire. Place a null tent, cure a rugged hide, stitch a magnificent hide pack. The magnificent hide pack as a recipe is not easy to get, if I remember right. Oh, this is going to test my memory. Isn't that one a absolutely biatch recipe to acquire? Because isn't that I might have completely misrepresented this, but isn't that Mists of Pandaria bag? Magnificent hide pack. I have the recipe for this, but I have the suspicion that this is nightmare territory, because the recipe for that was on the discovery system, which for leatherworking, if you haven't done it, is grim. You'll see just how many recipes that I still don't have, even after all of these many years, because I still, to this day, cannot remember to press the button every day. Is it one that's hidden behind rep, is it? What does Wowhead have to say? I mean, I don't care, because I've got it, but I'm thinking for the purpose of others. Oh, hang on. I'm doing this again. I should use the one that's on screen that you can see. Is that how you spell magnificent? Apparently not. Magnificent hide pack. Recipe taught by... Yeah, it's a discovery one. It comes from the magnificence of leather. Ha! Ripperoni. Rip-a-roni. That's going to make people cry. Eat Dirge's kicking chimera rock chops. Fish in any school of fish and take a selfie whilst camping. Alright, sure. Start a fashion trend by crafting each of the following styling hats. Oh, haul ass back to the Burning Crusade. go get yourself into the Burning Crusade dungeons and farm up your styling hats. These are actually... These are disgustingly annoying recipes to get as well. I think I have them all now, but that's because I'm sweaty, and I've spent many years trying to collect all of the recipes from all of the past expansions. You should note that this is to craft it. Start a fashion trend by crafting each of the following hats, meaning you need to get the recipe first. And the recipes for these are random drops in TBC heroic dungeons, I believe, meaning your mileage may vary. Those achievements account-wide or character-specific? I would damn near hope that they are account-wide. I would suspect that's probably the case. Defeat Nefarian within Blackwing Lair whilst the Onyxia Scale Cloak is equipped. Do the same within Blackwing Descent just to get the point across. Clever. I like that. Oh, that's genius. So there you go. Onyxia Scale Cloaks are going to be in, one of those items that you should probably just have on the auction house again. While engaged in combat with Captain Cromcrush in Dire Maul, craft a Gordok Ogre suit with the leatherworking profession and use it. Oh, this is, this has come back into popularity with patch 10.1. And then a budget bard, craft each of the following drums with the leatherworking profession. Should be relatively easy if you have all of the recipes. So, Drums of Panic. Is there any recipes I don't have? No, I have the ability to, from the word go, craft a bunch of these. Panic, War, Speed, Wild, Fury, Maelstrom. Where's Maelstrom? Feral Hide Drums. Where's Feral Hide Drums? Feral Hide Drums. Drums of Restoration. All I'm trying to do here is see if there's any really icky, sticky materials that people are going to need. Drums of Battle. Forgotten Kings, Rage, Deathly Ferocity. Okay, there's nothing there that stands out as too grim, apart from the fact that heavy knot-hide leather, you need a lot of it. 6, 6, 6, 6. And 3, 24, 25, 26, 27 heavy knot-hide leather. Oh, it's really not that much, is it? This is just leatherworking. Yeah, they've gone all out with the profession achievements. This is one of those, right? You could either go ham at these very early on and probably end up paying a premium because people will do shenanigans with all of the materials on this. Especially these ones, a test of, which I think is going to be predominant with all of them. Crafting a whole bunch of things, people, especially things like alchemy, right? People will find out what is the cheapest thing to craft, and then they'll just mass craft like all of them in one go. Because you know what people are like with achievements. People who want achievements just want achievements. You know, there's no real logic to it. Perform alchemical research or experimentation 100 times. Can you imagine? I so hope they make these retro. I hope that Blizzard have been tracking this. behind the scenes, because that's gonna piss people off, right? If you've already pressed the button a shitload to get all of your recipes with alchemy, and then this turns up and it says you've done 0, people are going to be pissed. But it's all balanced upon whether that Blizzard have actually been tracking that information previously. What was the reason for them tracking how many times you'd press the button prior to putting an achievement in for it, you know? Good thing I saved up a load of liquid courage, maybe. Craft your Silas. Become specialized in classic era potion mastery, elixir mastery, or transmutation mastery. I bet there's a lot of people that play alchemy nowadays that don't even know that those exist. Well, I suppose if you played classic at any point you might do, but... Know each of the following recipes after learning to create a draconic vial cauldron. Okay. What? That doesn't make any sense. Sure. Craft each of the following philosopher's stones. Oh my god, that's going to be expensive. Sheesh. Try opening statistics. Does it track? This isn't entirely everything that Blizzard tracks, though. I don't think. Skills. Highest skills learned. Jewel crafting designs learnt. Total crafting orders fulfilled 220. Public crafting orders filled 50. Guild crafting orders 0. Jewel crafting orders 91. Leatherworking crafting orders 129. Why is the leatherworking one substantially more than the jewel crafting one? Oh, because after I faked 91 to get... Once jewel crafting was maxed, I probably stopped needing to fake anymore, didn't I? Oh, there is some materials produced from disenchanting. It shows skill levels I've obtained. It might not necessarily go as far as to track the amount of things that I've crafted and stuff. Yeah, I'm skeptical if there's going to be any retroactive understanding of this. We might be trying to plug through these philosopher's stone, like these alchemy stone things. There's quite some materials that go into making each of these. Consume a potion of bursting blood whilst under the simultaneous effects of blossom burst, glory burst, marrow burst, torch burst, and widow burst. Wow, it took until the next expansion for those to matter. Genius. These, for reference, were odd little weird things you could make with Shadowlands alchemy that were, if I remember correctly, all they did was like paint your character a slightly different colour, so nobody cared. But so yeah, profession-wise, you're looking at a handful of achievements for each profession, which clearly will push people to complete them. Obviously, they're under no pressure to do this, but the likelihood is when it's new, people will want to do it. Craft the Sulfurian Hammer. Well, there's an opportunity for some people, right? What are Sulfurian ingots going for? Sulfurian ingots. How many Sulfurian ingots do you need per craft of the Sulfurian Hammer? You need 8. There's enough for 300 blacksmiths to get that achievement currently. With what's available sulfurian ingot-wise. And that's predominantly because they're all here. Clearly somebody's been trying to... somebody's already ahead of the game on this one, obviously. Because EU players are sweaty. Craft each of the following skeleton keys. Learn how to craft each of the following weapons of historical significance. Wow! This is not easy. This is, Missa Pandaria, I think. Now, there's a 30-day time restriction on crafting each of these. But I'm not sure I can't quite remember what the acquisition of the recipe is. Because this is only learn how to craft. This isn't actually craft. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, is it? But wasn't there 3 tiers? I'm going very much by memory here. Wasn't there 3 tiers of reborn weapons? And you had to craft one to unlock the next one, and so on and so on. Is this just tier 1 stuff? I mean, if that's just tier 1 stuff, it's easy business, right? I was just thinking whether you have to have access to craft the top quality, the tier 3 version of it. Successfully craft the Warblades of the Hikari Reborn. Successfully craft it? This recipe is expensive. This recipe is already expensive. Warblades of the Hikari? This recipe is already expensive. It has a regional market out. I mean, this... Oh, shit. Snap. You've got to firstly get the recipe, then you need to craft it. As a collector, I've done all of that, maybe 80 to 85%. I can't imagine nothing to be retroactive or devs thinking starting from scratch would be okay. Yeah, it's gonna frustrate a few people who have been active at this for a long time, but that's big business. How many blacksmiths are going to get pissed off that they don't have this recipe, go to the auction house to then see the price of the recipe, Warblades of the Hikari being like 200k, and then cry? You can test by copying your toon and account data onto the PTR. Well, this dude's leatherworking in jewel crafting. And there doesn't appear to be seemingly anything that's retroactive for leatherworking. Because not only am I a leatherworker, I've also been a leatherworker forever. Same with jewel crafting. Although these are apparently achievements that have just been copied in from other areas. So the crafting of the Jewel Hammer's Focus, this was the tool of the trade from BFA, apparently is retroactive, and it knows that I've done it. And Hot Swapper was an achievement that's been in the game for a long time already. This is the only new, you can see the date on it here, 28th of the 8th. This was granted when I logged in. Cooking. Now, a lot of these are... Okay, there's nothing... The only one that's popped up new is the Learn 300 Cooking Recipes achievement. I don't know why that's got a new date, because I could have swore I've got that in retail anyway. Oh, maybe it wasn't even actually... Okay, maybe that is genuinely just a new achievement then. Oh, okay. Well, what do you know? Apparently there was never an achievement for just collecting all of the cooking stuff. And now there is. Does it go any higher than that? I presume it doesn't go any higher than that. 300 cooking recipes can't be that hard to do though, right? Okay, learn... Oh no. Maybe these are already in the game. Iron Poor Chef learn 240 cooking recipes. Oh, maybe this is just a new top tier version. Maybe that's all it is. Have you copied your account data? Yeah. Obviously fishing and archaeology. Please don't be more archaeology stuff. Nobody cares about archaeology. What are they going to do for the gathering stuff then? Smelt enchanted elementium bar 5 times. Fully master all of the following mining techniques on the Broken Isles. So min-max Legion blacksmithing. I think this was already an achievement. In fact, no, it wouldn't be. Fully master. Document all the exciting mining discoveries around the Dragon Isles. Iridescent ore recovered. Elementally charged stone recovered. These are the repeatable knowledge points for mining. Geologist Ledger Ceravite. Geologist Ledger Draconium. Discover and document every variant of Ceravite found on the Dragon Isles. Oh, I see. So that's just... This is now a way for you to track if you have found, you know, Titan touched this or windswept this. And then overloading each individual one as well. Okay. Less going on for the gathering professions by the looks of things than there is for the other professions. Luckily, there's not a mine 10,000 pieces of ore achievement, because that would tank the ore market even faster. Okay, well, that's cool. What I do actually probably should check, considering we know that SM is coming. No new recipes, sneaky. At least within the classic section. I was wondering if we're going back into Scarlet Monastery, whether there might be any sneaky indications of new recipes. This is all stuff that I do genuinely still need to actually go and do on retail anyway. My poor Northrend Jauncrafter. Never going to get my hands on the rhinestone sunglasses. Not the original recipe anyway. Well, I might do one day, but... Okay, no sneaky new recipes by the looks of things. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be checking Jauncrafting. Maybe I should be checking an actual crafting profession. Belt of Natural Power. This is one I still need. These are still ones I need from Sunwell. These aren't new. Northrend is done. Cataclysm is done. Pandaria is not done because I need to press the button a lot. Check the rhinestone price on the Undermine. Price has dropped drastically recently. I think they do just drop more frequently as well. Okay. Can't spot any new recipes. I don't think, there's going to be a huge amount for, like, goblineering side of things, if I'm honest. What were the other telltale things at 10.1.7 then? There's the Dream Surges. How do they look like? Dream Surge. The Azure Span is experiencing the Dream Surge. 1 day, 4 hours left. Dream Surge Cryolis. Chrysalis. Dream Surge token can be exchanged for a piece of champion gear of your choosing. Oh, I see. So there's your catch-up opportunity. And then, am I right in assuming that that is going to have pushed a huge amount more world quests into the zone? And does this end up being a fill the bar situation? Let's go and have a little bit of a look, I suppose. Let's go and have a little bit of a look. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, boys and girls. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll dive into this in a little bit more detail, and we'll try and figure out what's what. I will throw up emote search for those of you that want to keep yourselves occupied while I take a quick break for 2 minutes. Let's throw this up. I guess we don't need the starting soon section of it. Let's do a new game on this. Let me load it up my side. Right then. So, it's pretty simple. It's a word search, but with Twitch emotes. Woo! If you find the emotes, you type the coordinates in, the first coordinate and the last coordinate, and you'll smash it. I know you guys have got this. You're clever people. I'll be back in 2 minutes, though, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves with the emote search, and I'll be back in a few. Get it, boys and girls. Get it. Oops. Get it. Want to go. Oh. You all smashed it. 11 out of 5. You guys are showing off. Absolutely showing off. Nobby seems to be a bit of a genius at these sorts of games. Absolute genius. Up next, level 4. Oh, we're into big boy territory now. Into big boy territory. Where's my... There we go. Rigged. Hey, if you find them, call them out. If you find them, call them out. If you've got some good pattern recognition, you can usually find these things. My skills at this sort of stuff are usually pretty poor. Usually pretty poor. Ah, you found the one I was looking for. Oh, will you lot stop finding the easy ones? Give me a chance. Level done. Smashed it. You see, we're now left with grim ones where there's no doubles. Surely that's what everybody else has been doing, right? Looking for doubles. Oh, I knew that 3 total biscuit one was there somewhere. I like the fact there's Doritos on this, by the way. For my long-term viewers, you'll understand the Dorito meme. My arch nemesis, the Dorito. I don't think I've found a single one of these, have I? I'm terrible at this game. Oh, whoa, you lot are smashed. Whoa, calm down. You're too good at this. The 2022 cheese lung incident, say no more. Yeah, exactly. Good old cheese. That's the last thing I need right now is cheese lung. Oh, dear. Last thing I need is cheese lung. Oh, I swear you lot are fine. Like, this is rigged. I guess like a regular word search, they can't go backwards though, right? I swear the one I'm looking for doesn't exist. I swear it doesn't exist. Oh, hang on. Diagonals don't seem to be a thing, or are they? Are diagonals a thing? Maybe diagonals are not a thing. Anyway, you lot have absolutely killed it. Diagonals are a thing. There's not been a single diagonal on this. Go on! Go on! Ah, I got myself on the leaderboard with 1 point. Stream of privileges there, look. 4 of us got 1 point each, but apparently I get the medal. That's what I'm saying. Right, this was meant to be a quick 2 minutes while I took a toilet break, and you guys keep completing the levels. I can't stop you mid-round. That would just not be fair, would it? Nobby taking all my lines. Nobby's a bit of a pro at these. Oh, we got longer ones now. We're leveled up. It's getting even bigger. It's getting even bigger. That's what she said. Oh, get off my double Pepe one. Pepe Sad. Is it Pepe Sad? I can't even tell. Oh, damn, I found that one. I shouldn't even try and compete with these. It makes me look stupid. It genuinely makes me look stupid. Hey, a diagonal. A diagonal is a thing. The worst thing is I see it and my brain doesn't even tell me what the coordinates are. I have to look at it 3 times before I figure out what the coordinates are. Level done. This is level 9 as well, boys and girls. Genuinely too good at this. It's clear to me that you guys don't care about the PTR. If you cared about the PTR, you wouldn't be so damn good at this game. But that's the first diagonal I think we've had for like ages. Few seconds left. 5. It's not even for it. I wish it'd actually give a proper timer. Oh, hang on. I've got a settings option on my screen. Okay, level 10 is level 10 going to be the is level 10 going to be the one that holds us back? Oh, I've been knocked down to 4th place. I'm a scumbag. Right, is it going to play game? Aha. Right. Go Gadget, boys and girls, number 10. Oh my god, we got fire emojis and everything in there. Oh, jeez, Louise. Of course Nobby's going to find that one first, isn't he? The one I was looking for. There's clearly some systematic way to do this properly. My approach of just randomly look at the screen until something happens clearly doesn't work. No, apparently that isn't one. I could have swore that was one. Oh, no, it's not. Oops. Oh, it makes my brain hurt. Genuinely makes my brain hurt. We might not get this one, boys and girls. We got 3 more to find. We've got to be quick times. Oh, there we go. 2 lock comes in. 2 more. We need 2 more. Boom! Saved us. Saved us. I'll give the credit to Right One Two there. I'll give the credit to them. They typed it literally at the same time as I did. Woo! Level 11. Level 11. Are we ready, boys and girls? It will auto continue in 15 seconds, but let's go. No rest for your eyes. Oh my god, it's getting even more ridiculous. Oh, my poor brain. Oh, get hands off! Hands off A6, A11. Outrageous behaviour. Oh my god, Nobby's just an absolute whiz. Nobby, touch grass. Lord have mercy. People keep stealing all of the easy ones. Hands off the easy ones. Clearly rigged. We need 1 more. We need 1 more. Boom! Oh, so the game continues. The game we're at least hit level 12. My dyslexia is getting so confused by the grid. Yeah, I don't blame you. I guess it's probably not very friendly in that regard, is it? Nobby once again. Kahani coming in. Thor. A few people on 1 point there. Nobby 26 points. Second place 2 lock with 9. Nobby's literally carrying. Literally carried. Right, level 12. Can we do level 12 then? Stop taking all my lines. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, this grid is tiny. Oh, that's literally... Why was Nobby looking at the one I was looking at? That's just not fair. Oh, that was all. Okay, okay. Oh, I was literally typing that out, Kahani. Damn you. I mean, congratulations, well done. my poor brain. I'm not geared up for this kind of pressure. Oh, we got one in there. The grid's almost too small. I mean, I guess I should probably look at the full screen version I've got on my other monitor, shouldn't I? Go on, Nobby. Oh, we were so close. Very close. Very close. Level 12 though. That's further than I expected us to get. What was the grand total there then? Nobby with 29 points, Tulok coming in second place with 10 points, and Jack stealing third spot. Our medal positions are there. My sorry ass in fifth place. I want something easier. Yeah, my brain is rocked on that one. Anyway, should we check out this PTR business? Should we check out the PTR? We'll play some more emote search tomorrow. Let's do something easier. Let's go mythic raiding. Goblins do mythic raids. Is that what we're saying? Sheesh. You might want to visit a chiropractor. All that carrying must be bad for your back. Yes. Yes. Absolutely carried. Right. Investigate said dream surge. Let's fly it. Whoa. Game, stop playing, making noises in the background. Hang on. I still had the game running in the background. My bad. Right. I've come to the conclusion I need to get out more. No, I've come to the conclusion that these little silly mini games, you're very good at them. What was the one we were playing the other day? Flipping make the word business, boggle or whatever it was called. Goblin raid, not a single potion was used. Potions cost gold. Fool. Of course not. You can't get goblins to pot, never mind pre-pot. That's clearly not going to happen. Okay. A drug-free raiding, definitely. Why do I not have what I feel to be predominantly important add-ons? Where is? I don't know what it is I'm looking for. That's problematic, isn't it? What would it possibly be I'm looking for? The World Quest Tracker thingy, mabob, maybe. I mean, What is it? Is it World Quest List or World Quest Tracker? I never know. I have both of them, so I never know. Let's do World Quest List. Oh, that reset very fast. Why can't the Okay, that looks better, doesn't it? Visit to vote on the next Dream Surge effect. The next Dream Surge is in 16 minutes. Weekly quest rewards from Hamel. Okay. What do you want, my snail friend?
My life.
Vote to shape the upcoming Dream Surge. What do we got? The options then. Dream Surge helpers. Gain the company of an Emerald helper who is eager to provide helpful services. Pack hunters. Increases damage done, healing done, and movement speed by 5% for each player within 5 yards. Okay. I guess that promotes the... Okay, sure. Should we just vote for this one since it's going that way anyway? Dreaming wins experience earned increased by 25%. The Dreamfall buff. Damaging effects have a chance to summon a falling dream shard, dealing 100,000 nature damage on impact. Holy smoke, okay. Alright. Shaping the Dream Surge, then. Gather Dream Surge Coalescence from around Thaldraszus. Gives us a Crystal Surge Cryolis. Glimmering Pod can be exchanged for a piece of Dreambound gear from Archdruid near the Dream Surge investigations. And we get 10 Drake Shadowflame quests. Yay. And then Dream Surge Investigation. Complete activities in the Dream Surge for a crate of Dreambound armor. 402 piece of gear. That's okay. So you Oh. So what do we got here? A new mount. Dreamwing Ahuna. Why can we not see? Why let me see? Okay, apparently we no see. There's a toy. I'll tell you what we can probably do.
Farewell.
Collections. Oh. What was it called?
The forest spoke of your
Dream Search Ahuna.
Do not abandon our ways.
Okay. Maybe that's why we can't view it, because it's not actually being implemented properly. Oh, Duskwing, actually. Oops, my bad. Okay, it still doesn't show it. It's on Wowhead. I'm sure it's in the game file somewhere. It just doesn't want to show it to me right now. A couple of pets. Well, that's a toy, actually. Cheddar. Cheddar is a crab. Okay. Little pinchy boy. Crimson Swoglet. Ribbit. Cute. Relatively cute looking frog, you know. A Dreambound weapon for 100 points. A necklace for 100. And a ring for 100. Okay, it's just 100 for each piece of gear, I guess. And that's it. Okay. 2 pets. 2 pets. 2 toys. 2 pets, 2 toys, and a mount is the predominant thing you're going to be looking for. And then catch-up gear from there on. 402 catch-up gear by the looks of things. Does it now mean Presumably, we have to almost wait 12 minutes, right? But presumably... Okay, so there's a bunch of new rares by the looks of things. Are these new rares? Or are these existing rares that now are just going to drop you the dust? I can't remember the names of the rares out here well enough. Same rares but empowered. Okay, that makes some sense. What have you got to sell me then? If you take the Dream Surge Cryolis, which I presume is going to be a weekly thing, would be my assumption. You can get a piece of Champion 415 gear. Which presumably then, Champion gear, 8 levels of upgrades, goes to what? 224, maybe? Dream Surges will be at 1:30, and then the time events at 2. Is this going to mean that it intertwines itself with the rifts, time rifts, I suppose, for people still doing those? Or are time rifts just going to be done? Okay. So there's your set. Oh, I didn't put the boots on. Where's the boots? Oh, it doesn't let me put the boots on. Sure. Big polearm. Or rifle. Ah, it's not a bad looking set, you know. I'll give it some credit. It's not a bad looking set. I mean, it's hard to make gold look bad, you know, but it's all good. It's a weekly, but you can get one per... if you can get one per week, you can have the full gear before 10-2. That's probably the design of it, isn't it? It wants you to at least come and do your Dream Surge every week to get your set complete before the... And if you don't care about the transmog or need the gear upgrades, you can get Worm's Shadow Flame Crests instead. Oh, but you can't have the full gear before 10-2. If it's weekly, that's a good point, actually. Because this well, it depends on when 10-2 comes out, right? But you need 15 weeks and 10-1-7 will be 7 to 8 weeks. There's a good chance that from an appearance standpoint, some of these... Oh, you might be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, yeah, 13, 14, yeah, oh yeah, that's a bit grim, isn't it? If you want the full set. Well, good thing I've got 2 hunters then, right? Good thing I've got 2 hunters. Not that I particularly go too far out of my way to collect transmog appearances, but for those that do... Alright, fine. Right, we've got 7 minutes until the next Dream Surge event actually starts then. Not that I know what the next event it actually does. If we've got 7 minutes, actually, to kill, why don't we kill 7 minutes by taking a little bit of a look at the, let me try and find the official patch notes. Please hold. That was August 25th. Has this got a link to? Hang on. I forgot the WoW Community Council's still a thing. I wonder if that is still a thing. Here we go. Right, so these are the patch notes. How long have we got left? 6 minutes. You'll see a big portal spawning on the map. If it's not bugged, it can be bugged. Of course it can. Okay, sure. So let's take a little bit of a look at what these Dream Surges are meant to be. Each week, one of the 4 original zones in the Dragon Isles will be affected by a Dream Surge. New world quests will be focused onto this zone. Extra activities and weeklies will be active. Group rares will have new powers and a chance to drop some upgraded gear. And the new Waking Dream portals, think invasions, will open up across the zone. A major Waking Dream portal will open up as a group event every half hour. So on the hour and every half hour. Defeating it will require a large group of players and has the chance of rewarding raid level gear. Holy schmoke, okay, sure. Minor Waking Dream portals can be found scattered across the zone and can be defeated by solo players or small groups. Players in the Dream Surge will gain access to a variety of buffs that range from powerful to chaotic. Every half hour, a new buff will be selected for the whole region, with the players themselves choosing which one via collecting and voting by turning in the Dream Surge Coalescence. Okay. I wonder if that's... Okay, sure. An item that can be earned by doing the activities, including the world quests, finding hidden stashes, killing group rares. The Eldrassus will be the initial zone active for the PTR. It's now up in Awakening Shores, so that's the Dream Surges then. That's what we have to look forward to in 4 minutes' time. There should be a big portal that starts to spawn. See if we can investigate in any way, shape, or form. And presumably some of the world quests out here are just more prominent and buffed, are they? Doesn't seem to indicate any additional rewards, but maybe we go kill a few rares and see what's what. What else is turning up then? Eastern Kingdoms Cup. We've just had fun with the doing some dragon races, so it's going to be nice to see that they're including Eastern Kingdoms as well. Another 16 races across the Eastern Kingdoms, normal, advanced, and reverse variations to earn riders' Azeroth badges to exchange for rewards. I wonder if they're going to have yet more rewards since we've already got the full set. That'll be interesting to find out. But more dragon races is cool. I had a blast going to doing all those dragon races, to be honest. Put on some thumpy wipeout music and just, go ham. Velen's prophecy to reveal a new future for some of the Draenei people. Draenei have been temporarily disabled to address a bug on the PTR. Lovely. Heritage armor for Night Elves and Forsaken. 5 new skin colours for the Forsaken as well. Alright, sure. New face markings and body tattoos for Night Elves. Class changes. I'm not going to go over all the class. Oh, there's not actually that many class changes. Resto Druids are having some love. Mistweaver Monks are having some love. That's about it. Dragon Riding Challenge course. As you adventure across the Dragon Isles, test your dragon riding race skills with the new challenge course. How well can you fare without resource generation? Interesting. They initially, by the looks of things, were going to stagger which zone had the course that have changed their mind. All courses will now be available with the Fury Incarnate's launch. So no resource generation. So you're going to have to very carefully decide when you use your vigor. Interesting. Dawn of the Infinite will get split into 2 and will become heroic difficulty. Players can then use the Dungeon Finder or walk to the instance to access the heroic difficulty. The original mythic difficulty will continue to exist for players who prefer the challenge and presumably are collecting the stuff from it. Some Hallow's End adjustments and changes. Hang on, let's keep a track on the time actually. 1 minute. Hallow's End is having some updates. Ghouls, goblins, and seekers of haunted mementos. Hallow's End approaches and with it some new content. We're looking for some additional testing for this year's Hallow's End event that's now available on the PTR for the next 2 weeks. Be sure to hop in and submit some feedback. This is probably already out of date. We probably can't do that anymore. This was July 14th. Dates reflected on the PTR do not reflect the actual holiday date. Looking forward to... Okay, yeah, sure. New Headless Horseman dungeon encounter. Increase the difficulty of the encounter by adding new mechanics by speaking to the Wicker Men in the dungeon's entrance. The curses are not party-wide and afflict only those who enable them. Why would you do that? Interesting. New holiday rewards for Brewfest, Day of the Dead, Hallow's End, and Pirates Day. Nice. Yeah, there's clearly an achievement for it. That's probably why people will do it. Some Vengeance, Demon Hunter, and Resto Druid PvP changes. And then the ping system. Alright, we'll look at the ping system in a minute. This is about to go. This is about to go gadget. Is it going to go gadget? Or is it busted?
The balance must be restored.
You going to go?
Goodbye for now.
Oh, there we go. Let's change colour. Oh, no, it's changed back again. Why does that lead me to believe it's bugged? Ha. Beautiful. Well, bang goes my opportunity of testing that then. Okay. You can fix it by going war mode on. Let's just go. There's clearly nobody on the PTR right now. Let's see if we can hunt out some of the rares and see just what's the crack with these.
The magic surrounding this area has gone wild. This untamed instability is
So they've been buffed. Driving Flame creates an area of Driving Flame every 15 seconds, which increases haste. I have the probable concern that I don't think I can nuke these solo. I don't think my gear on this dude's anywhere near good enough to be soloing these, which might also be a problem. Let's clear the area a bit first and see.
That item is still recharging.
Well, my testing of this is not going to get me very far if it's completely broken, eh? I kind of suspect, we said this about 10.0.7 when the Forbidden Reach turned up. I kind of went into it with the mindset that it's predominantly just, a filler patch. It's just something to keep the people who are still playing busy. I certainly have no suspicion that it's designed to bring anybody back to the game.
Can't use that item yet.
I'm being super careful to not spam barrage here, otherwise I'm going to put myself in a world of hurt. Oh, why does that keep hitting me every time? Clearly dodged. Clearly dodged. Alright, you're dead. Let's, Oh, we've actually got Dream Surge Coalescence. Oh no, why is it not a currency, Blizzard? I don't want something else in my bags. Alright, sure. Okay. So just by killing things in the zone, I seem to get the currency. Oh, okay, we're going, apparently.
That item is still recharging.
I've fucked it already, haven't I? Yeah, okay, I'm not taking this dude on solo. Okay, can we maybe find an easier rare? Hang on, where's all my what's going on here? Oh, it's reset all of this again. What? What? Ah? Ah, it's reset so that I don't even have the ones from the Forbidden Reach or the Zaralek Cavern. What is going on? Okay. Stupid game. Right, I wonder if we just go do world quests, we can get some of this essence and start to see at least something.
Our team at Traitor's Rest were testing bones when an all-out Knoll War broke loose. Please rescue our people and the bone samples.
I can't use that item yet. I must get closer.
I sense for me, 1017 is ultimately going to end up being a lot of achievement hunting and satisfactory. If I'm honest, it's weird, right? This is the blessing and the curse. When Blizzard actually go out of their way to give us a little bit more content more frequently, it sets the bar, right? And the very second that bar is then not met again, it's like, oh, okay, sure. We'll just be on our way then. I'm still to this day very surprised at their choice to give us an entire new zone in 10.0.7. The Forbidden Reach was surprising to see for what is a filler patch,
Something first.
because that set the bar very high. And now we're going to have 10.1.7, which is going to feel bare naked and empty in comparison. Even though we're getting Dream Surges, right? It's just a weird situation. Huh, my elegantly engraved embellishment. That's something I've not farmed up for a while.
It's not ready yet.
Factorio expansion in about a year as well. I wonder how close it will be to 11.0. That worries me. That worries me, you know, that it might clash with 11.0.
I am out of range.
Because the scary thing is the way that Dragonflight is right now. Unless I get so hype for 11.0, it's unreal. Factorio will win that battle. No questions asked.
I am unable to carry more of those.
Unable to carry more of what?
I am unable to carry
Oh,
more of
one of
those.
those. No, shaping the Dream Surge. We need 100 Dream Surge coalescence. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of with the announcement of the Factorio expansion. What's it called? Space Age. I'm very much getting the itch again. An itch that might need to be scratched. Yeah, I guess I have. I mean, I haven't spoke about this, I suppose, on stream. This kind of half relies on people just knowing. But yeah, they've been working on it for a while. I said Satisfactory then. Wow, my brain has changed. The Factorio devs have been working on an official expansion. Obviously, there's lots of mods for Factorio. There's lots of mods, and there's even a space exploration mod which has gained popularity.
I am unable to carry more of those.
Gained a lot of popularity. The official expansion is going to be called Space Age, which seems to, at face value, you know, try and replicate a similar thing to the space exploration, but done officially. One thing they did say is it's not going to be anywhere near as complex as space exploration, but it's also, oh my god, I died. But also it's going to, how did I end up all the way over there? It's also, it's more focused to your regular vanilla Factorio player. Yeah, Factorio expansion. I should clarify. Equally, Satisfactory is likely to go 1.0 about the same time. I feel. Update 8 is in the next couple of months, I suspect, with Satisfactory. Update 8, I imagine, is going to go, like, live properly. It's already an experimental and has been for ages, but I reckon in the next month or two, we might see Update 8 go officially live. And then they'll start talking about a 1.0 release, apparently, is my limited understanding of the situation.
I don't have a target.
But I sense, I have a sneaky suspicion that I'm going to get quite heavily involved with these games in the next 12 months. We've got Cities 2 coming out. Is it in October? I think Cities 2 comes out in October. That's... oh, I can't wait for that. Cities 2 will probably come out when we are dealing with the run-up to 10.2. So we'll be sharing... because I'm convinced, right? I'm convinced that 10.2 is going to come out in November. If 10.2 comes out in November, it means we have October to piss around with City Skylines, maybe, possibly, whilst also playing. Oh my god, I'm gonna get elbow deep in so many games. This is gonna be bad for my health. This is a fun time of the year, though. This is a fun time of the year because stuff happens at this time of the year. Not only does stuff happen, stuff is happening in games that I really like, which is nice. Assassin's Creed in October, is that due for an October release as well? I'll have to have words with my friend Gumdrops. Alright, how many is that? 56. More hours in a day, or how will it work? I don't know. I really don't know. Starfield it comes out this week, doesn't it? Starfield Thursday? Hang on, let me park my ass up here. Is Starfield on Thursday? Ooh. Starfield 2023, 16 minutes gameplay demo. Where's the Bethesda official? I want the official Bethesda channel, not some random ass dude talking about it. Okay, hang on. Let's investigate. Pause you for a minute. 5 days ago, the official live action trailer. Hang on, you guys can't hear that. I've not paid much attention to this, but it already seems pretty hype. We're off into space. Rocket Man! I didn't look anything like R2-D2. Oh, alright, cool, sure, whatever. Can we actually get a gameplay trailer, please? Starfield, the official gameplay trailer. Now we're talking.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it.
Doesn't look like gameplay. If you happen to have, yeah, if it could in essence be if you happen to have a 4090 and aggressively pre-rendered cutscenes, maybe.
We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there?
Outside, I can tell you what's outside. Grass. Don't touch it. I hear it's dangerous.
You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
This is not a gameplay trailer. When will gaming studios realise this is not a gameplay? This is not a gameplay trailer. This has not shown me any gameplay. You know why? Because there's not been a scene that's lasted more than about 35 frames. This is a movie trailer. September 6th. Hang on. September 6th? I thought it was coming out this week. When does it... September 6th is not this week. September 6th is a week on Wednesday. Lies. Skyrim, but in space. Yeah, definite Skyrim in space vibes. But, I mean, that doesn't tell you jack shit, does it? That's like... That's not a gameplay trailer. Can we have something that actually indicates what the Christ might be going on here? What do we got here? Starfield, the settled system. This is a little mini animated series. Great. Gameplay deep dive. Gameplay deep dive sounds more juicy, doesn't it? I'm not going to watch a full 45-minute video though, don't you worry. Because I could stretch a 45-minute video out to about 3 days if I tried.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios. You know, we've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here. And that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. We love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you.
No. Not from Elder Scrolls all the way to Fallout. Elder Scrolls or Fallout. That's literally all they've done for like a bajillion years, right? Isn't Starfield their first new IP, like in 20 years or something?
And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space?
Shush, Todd. Give me gameplay.
You step into a new world, and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds.
That is a funky dinosaur.
That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next-generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star.
Can we actually get some gameplay?
Here we go. Stumble upon something unexpected.
Location discovered, abandoned mine. Then you get your ass handed to you. A spacer punk. Get wrecked, punk. Did we have a jetpack? We had a jetpack, right? We had a jetpack. Any game that gives me a jetpack is an instant win in my books.
We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up. And you can view all that in your data menu.
Cola,
this is
of
the
course.
Hub for everything you're
Bethesda.
doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons to spacesuits to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food.
Was that
When
whipped
you're done
cream on a
exploring,
plate? Hang on. Whipped cream on a plate, anybody?
Spacesuits to food. We just obsess over the details, and food.
That's like some bugs and whipped cream on a plate. Trilobites, apparently. Small alien arthropods sautéed and served with whipped butter. Restores fist. That doesn't restore any health. That is negative health. Bugs and whipped cream on a platter. Juicy.
Obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
How we doing, Vasco?
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable. For us, it's that contrast, that's visual style.
I want give me gameplay stuff.
Locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy.
Oh, snap.
Here you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Zoom, zoom, off we go.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
I tell you what, I'm not going to lie. This actually looks really good. Historically, me and Bethesda has never really mixed, but this actually looks really good. The question is this could very, very easily be one of those games that goes live and is just in such a dog shit state on launch that it might be unplayable, and that worries me a lot. Worries me an awful lot. Out of curiosity, how much is this on Steam? Curiosity is going to kill the cat. $70. That's not even. That's the step into the door price, isn't it? What's the actual can I play the game price? You are not permitted to view these materials at these times? What? Oh, maybe I actually need to put in a date of birth that makes sense. Okay. Sure. Let's try that again. I never put in my real age in these things, but maybe I should put something in that's a little bit more reliable. Pre-purchase Starfield Digital Premium Edition. That's clearly going to be the one that lets you play it, isn't it? $100 for a video game. Fuck me. Coming September the 6th. The game unlocks in 8 days. Okay. Hang on. Digital Premium Edition, up to 5 days early access. I hate how games do this. I knew that the $70 was a lie. I knew $70 was it. It's on Game Pass. I don't know what Xbox Game Pass, I guess. How much is it going to cost a kidney? Join and play Starfield day one. Play day one with Xbox Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass members also get access to pre-order content included in the Starfield Standard Edition. The Premium Edition gets you the 5 days early access, which makes it Thursday, right? Game Pass for PCs, €10 a month. Yeah. If I'm going to play this, I'm going to play this the second it goes live. Hang on, Premium Edition. Hang on, I should probably show you guys this, shouldn't I? Game Pass, Standard Edition, Digital Premium Edition, Premium Edition Upgrade. Constellation Edition? What the hell is a Constellation Edition? Oh, this is the actual... Comes with a watch? Oh my god. Well, it's the Premium Edition we're going to need if we want to play it early. When does it come out? On the 6th? So we get it. It's September 1st then. Is it September 1st it's going to come out then? Which is when? Friday. Comes out Friday. Damn, that's annoying. I'm busy on Friday. My car broke and it cost €2,000 to fix it. I'm glad I play games for free. Yeah. IRL can get in the way for sure. Okay. If I want to play this on Friday, it's going to set me back $100. Ouch. Okay. Well, we'll consider it. So we've done some...
Not just inside story characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure...
What's character creation got to say?
I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation.
And a range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities. And by mixing and matching out...
See, almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Okay, great.
No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system. Each time you level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills.
Oh, here we go. The version the Game Pass gives you for the €10 is the standard edition, so you have to wait until the 6th to play with it. You'll need the edition above to play it on the fur. Yeah, see, this is always why they do it, right? They will advertise it on Game Pass to sell subscriptions, but the reality is if you want to play it when the hype is real, which will be, on the app, it's It annoys me when games do this. It's not that you get to play it 5 days early. It's that if you pay the poor price, you get to play it 5 days late. It's a glass half full, glass half empty way of looking at things, but the reality is what the reality is, right? You know, if you want to play the game when the game launches, you have to pay the premium. Otherwise, you can give us lots of money still, but you get to play the game late, which is just annoying. Very annoying.
Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill.
Lockpicking.
Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the Xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
Yes! Jetpacks for the win.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat. That one's a lot of fun.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone.
Sure,
My favorite
stealth.
part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun
Well,
player.
that wasn't much of a fine.
I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them. I like blowing stuff up.
Now we're talking. Make shit go boom. It went boom. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait until you see shipbuilding. Hang on, hang on. Skills. Skills are the same everywhere. Ships. Ships, companions, space flight, the stupid watch, controller and headset, nobody cares, exploration, outposts, combat. Thank you, sir. Right, ships. What do we do with the ships?
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship.
Oh, clever.
And hire a crew to keep it up and running. And it all starts in spaceports.
Bethesda have given up trying to sell us horse armor.
Where you can purchase.
Is $100 the play the game price? Are they going to try and sell us ship skins? They're going to microtransaction ship skins. I can see it coming now.
Sell and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes.
Okay, pause. Pause Andy mode. What do we got here? Ship statistics. Lots of acronyms that I have no idea what they mean. Lasers, balance, MSL, whatever that is. Engine power, something else. Okay, sure. 50 fuel, hull damage thing, cargo capacity, shield capacity, reactors, crew. It can jump 16 light years. It has a certain amount of shield. Okay, cool. Value to it. Shipbuilder, upgrade ship. Vendor credits, your credits. Oh, it scares me just how many opportunities I see for them to squeeze some microtransactions in this. It's going to make me cry if it's microtransaction heavy.
You can customize and upgrade everything you see here. And you have 2 ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual
You can grind or you can swipe.
systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew.
Yo! Oh no! Oh no! We're gonna make dick ships. It's gonna happen. Oh, we're gonna get massive dong-shaped ships. Oh, I can see it now. Dicks. Flying dicks everywhere.
Howling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps.
It's like that scene in Austin Powers where it keeps cutting to different people seeing the spaceship, and every time it's like, hey, Roger! Whoa, that's a massive Richard!
You can even
if you haven't seen
fully
Austin Powers, you
customize
have
your
no
paint
idea what I'm
job
talking about.
to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting, or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship. From living quarters to cargo holds, mess halls.
That's a huge
and control
Wilson! Oh god. Big
Our
veiny
modified
dick ships.
Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
I bet it
It's a
can.
bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it,
It's quite cool, actually.
where it had like a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders, we've done mechs. So it's really what.
Hey, whoa. Anybody else notice?
Spiders, we've done mechs.
Well, that's copyright, surely. Surely that's a bit of Optimus right there. That's a bit of Optimus.
So it's really whatever your imagination is.
And while you can build your home among the stars the way you want to, you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
Oh, let me lead a crew. Let me bring you guys into space with me.
Some of the members of Constellation can join you on your journey.
Team
These
Goblin
companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know.
Oh God, keep the love stories out of my space shooter game.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship? I gotta get off this rock.
Nope, you'll stay there, son.
Or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run.
Me's grind with a
Monday,
tier 1.
Matthews and
Thank you
chat.
very much. Welcome in. Happy Monday to you too. Thank you for the tier 1.
And just like companions, most crew members can
Red
lend
shirt.
a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still want to give it
Fucking no
almost a
shit.
humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Okay, so we've done the shipbuilding business. What do we got now? Space flights.
Or in complete control every step of the way.
As if you thought you could be stuck on a ship for 20 hours a day and not develop a romance story. Hey, what happens in space stays in space, right?
We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons.
Oh, if there's ship combat, that means one massive flying veiny dick can fight against another flying massive veiny dick. And you can have a, should we say, a sword fight. A sword fight in space. Calling it now.
It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground tries will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there.
There's a bogey. A level 6 bogey.
Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target.
Surprise, Dick. Creeping up on you from behind.
After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap.
Cockpit. Such a child.
But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship.
Docking. Oh, I need to get out more.
Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours.
Oh, ping slips on ships!
And retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards.
What is a star yard?
Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance.
And
or
then
rub
take
elbows
over
with
the
galaxy's
world.
wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars.
Oh, that's a bit of me right there. Money. Money. Flaunt it, baby.
There are personal
Yeah.
encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go
Ooh,
crazy.
you have something I want.
I definitely
Yoink.
go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero.
Oh, what?
But I want to go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Is this the meta currency? Is the meta currency like ham sandwiches? It should be, right? Forget space credits. It's all about ham sandwiches. First thing Mantheus is going to buy in this game is the space long boy. Yeah, probably not wrong.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you
Hey,
want
it's
to come on
Grandma.
over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places,
Horse armor.
meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present.
Even in space, they're growing weed. Of course. Makes perfect sense.
We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
See? But yeah, okay, we know where this is going. Who knew that space travel was all driven on getting that ham sandwich? I mean, good ham sandwich. Bit of mustard on there. Oh,
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder, and sometimes a little fear. We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
Okay, so far, this is all good. Skip the watch bit, nobody cares. Exploration, I guess, could be quite interesting.
It's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole
crafting.
system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore. Our system builds a planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to
Does look
add
pretty
that
good,
touch
doesn't
of
it?
environmental storytelling.
Like graphically,
that
it's
Bethesda
looking
is
pretty
known for.
sharp.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
There's also massive amounts of deja vu with this. All of this has been said before, right? What was that flipping game that came out touting like unlimited amount of God, my brain. The other one that said that like every planet would be different, and then it was just broken beyond belief on launch, and then they fixed it 3 years later. No Man's Sky, that's the one. No Man's Sky said all of this. All of this was spouted many years ago with No Man's Sky, and it took 4 years for them to get that game into shape. Fuck 'em up! Get wrecked. Yes, shotgun in space. To be fair to them, they turned it around and more by now. Also, the video on that game by the Internet Historian is top notch. I like the Internet Historian, he's very good. No Man's Sky studio of 20 people or less. Bethesda's 1,000 plus, so the task is less difficult for them. Oh, don't fall for that trap. Don't fall for that trap. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Just because there's more people working on a game doesn't in any way, shape, or form mean it's going to be any better. But yeah, I get what you mean. That theory does definitely pan out. Is No Man's Sky actually legitimately good nowadays? I also played that game when it first came out and then put it down again, and I was like, nope. 9 women don't make a baby in a month. That's a really good analogy. Like, there are some things that just takes time and takes effort, yeah. Blizzard's the multi-dollar company, yeah. I mean, from everything that I can see from this so far, it looks pretty good. The question in my mind is, do I want to spend $100 to play this on Friday? Or do I want to play it 6 days late after the hype has died down and everybody's already completed it? By paying only $10 to get it on the pass is a big question of mine. But it is. Let me just double check. I mean, yeah, it's on Steam, isn't it? What is the What is the spec for this? Because not that my PC is old in any way, shape or form, but I want to know what I expect from this. Where's the system requirements on this? Nobody cares about any of this. Surely if you press the pre-order button, it should start giving you some system requirements, right? Surely. I should maybe just look this up on Steam. How far do you have to go nowadays to find system requirements? Okay, apparently they don't exist. Sure, great, fine. The Steam page will have the requirements. You're right, it will. I'll have a look later. I'm not too concerned. I'm more concerned not so much about playing the game in any way, shape or form. It's more about whether I, playing it and streaming it at the same time. What's this? Oh, here we go. Here we go. System requirements. Recommended. Ryzen 5 3600X, Intel i5 10600K. That's pretty spicy for recommended, 16 gig of RAM, 2080. Wow, it genuinely straight up recommends at least a 2080. Okay. Well, my 3070 will be fine then. My 3070 will be fine. 125 gig? Jeez Louise. Games are getting big now, aren't they? Are we going to start seeing like 250 gig plus games? I think maybe we probably already are. 10600K is pretty old. No, but in gaming terms and in processing terms, my CPU is way over-spec'd for it, but it was the graphics side of things I was more interested in. My 3070 will do fine. Okay. That's big boy decisions to be made now. Big boy decisions. Do we go big dick digital premium edition, get it, play it nice and early, start playing it this weekend? I should probably consult the wife and see if I'm doing anything this weekend or not. Okay, we'll see. I didn't shell out for Baldur's Gate, so I don't feel too bad about picking up another game this month. It should be fine. My WoW folder's 146 gigabytes. Oh, Lord, okay. Besides the 5-day early, what's the benefit of it? I have no idea. The base game, Shattered Space story expansion, when they release it, never buy into shit like that. And a skin pack. That's literally it. You are straight up paying for 5 days early access. There's no beating around the bush there. You're paying an extra $30 to play it 5 days early. That's literally it. Because never buy into this shit. Because what happens if you don't like the game, There's a premium edition upgrade. Up to 5 days early. Which base game required to play, sold separately. Is it theoretically possible to have it on? This is why they do this, right? They deliberately do this to cause confusion. If you get it on Game Pass and then buy the premium upgrade, is it cheaper to do? Fuck it, who knows, whatever. Anyway, I'll figure out the logistics. TLDR, this looks quite cool. No denying it looks quite cool. I know we haven't looked into combat and outposts and stuff, but the reality is it looks quite cool. Comes out later this week. Or comes out on Friday. Early access. It's tempting. It's tempting. The expansion will cost extra. Yeah, but by that point, who cares? You know, is it going to cost $30 extra? That's the thing, right? Sad part is can't buy it with WoW Gold. Yeah, I know. Why can't I just cash in some tokens, you know? Cash in some tokens and have done with it. Are these stream surges finished doing their thing? Next one's in a minute. It's been a bit buggy. I should probably... oh my lord, we've been live over 4 hours. Okay. No wonder I'm hungry.
Give it a climb and check, will you?
Okay. Right. Well, we did attempt to take a little bit of a look at the PTR today. We didn't actually get anywhere near as far as I expected. The Dream Surges we will test in the next few days, presumably. They seem to be a bit bugged right now. The last one just straight up didn't load. So we'll see if we get any success in the next few days with these. Otherwise, there doesn't appear, at least at face value, to be too much that's going to really grab our attention in 10.17. Even just looking down the very brief list of patch notes, you can quite quickly see that where did the patch notes go? You can see that there's not a huge amount of stuff that's going to change the world for us, Goblin-wise. The major thing is going to be if you are a bit of an achievement junkie, or even if you are not necessarily the achievement junkie, there are achievement junkies out there, and they will be predominantly trying to chip away at all these new profession achievements, leaving there being potentially some opportunity to bring some life to some of the old materials. If there's any specific, if there's those odd achievements that's going to require a bunch of people to buy a bunch of the same item, you could see some increase in the demand for the old material stuff. So whether that be for you to go out there and farm some of it up, sell it on, or even do some auction house shenanigans is kind of up to you. I think this one's busted as well. Yeah, PTR's a bit broken by the looks of things. I might have to figure some stuff out to try and get this to work. Somebody mentioned trying it in war mode. Maybe we'll give that a go tomorrow. But I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. I can actually already feel my voice starting to break on me. I've not been fantastically well in the last few days, which is why there wasn't many streams last week as well. So talking for 5 hours straight is probably not the best thing for my voice at the moment anyway. But thank you all for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy goal making if that's what you're doing. Please come say hi over on the Discord. Or I've set myself a little bit of a target to be a little bit more productive with YouTube at the moment because I felt it was sort of slacking. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled over there for some fun goodies. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Thanks for joining. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.